Yeah, that's a good shout too. And also another one that has been doing just the same and dominating is Sophie's team as well. Just a big shout out to them too. But a lot of these other teams too. Glitter Gun, got to give her a shout. Just recently spoke with her. She gave it a follow. And yeah, man, like all these teams are just so competitive. And that's what I love about this is like, I feel like as we move on, Kelly, this is only like these teams practicing in these scrims consistently. It's only going to get harder as we go on.
I cannot wait. And although there are so many incredible captains and competitors, we did have to make a list of who we think are going to be the top 5. Of course, there's always dark horses surprising us in these competitions. But Taco, just looking at some of the names right here, this is really the who's who of women in Fortnite.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these ladies competing in this secondary lobby, most of them got a taste of what the competition would look like in that first qualifier. And so to have that experience already to kind of get a better gauge of exactly what they're going up against. And I think adjusting their scrim style as well, because you have to remember, we are entering an entirely different competitive format given the changes that have taken place on just the map itself and just the overall loadouts and possibilities.
Yeah, I love that you say that too. And I mean, even taking a look at these teams too, I mean, if we're going to actually even specifically talk about them, a lot of team changes, right? Sophie's being one of them that had previously played with K-Moore's team, and K-Moore's did not qualify the last event. So just seeing them back here with different teams, gonna just love to see how that's going to match up and how differently, because I think even previously they had like 6 games, 14 eliminations per game, like 2 points per match. So if you guys think about that in comparison to like Moxie, Di, and Regs, who had like 97 points per game, oh man, these ladies got some more like work to do because they set the bar high.
Oof, yes, and we've also set our bar high by picking out some wild cards, maybe a team that we didn't necessarily put in the top 5, but we think can surprise us. And since I'm on the top of that list, I'll explain my team a little bit. Well, Team Haley, and honestly, they were not even an underdog or a dark horse at all, because they got 3rd place out of the qualifier 2 for this lobby, or I'm sorry, lobby 1's qualifier, and they got 2 victory royales during that pre-qualifier. And Taco, I know how you were saying that victory royales are super important, but tell me a little bit more about the team that you picked.
Yeah, so one thing that's got me riding a little bit high on a team Karina is that Aaliyah and Karina, they were initially searching out for a 3rd teammate in the first place. Lizzie Grill was initially like more of a substitute position, and then she got brought to the main roster. So it's been really sick to see them essentially commit to keeping her as a part of their trio. That leads me to believe that there's some level of chemistry, some level of synergy that they've been able to develop or figure out, and it gives me good hopes to see them maybe pop off here in this second qual.
Yeah, I love that you say that. And as I said, kind of like my wild card, same thing with Loser Beam and Itzmar and her squad. Like, they've been putting in the time, the practice, been tweeting out, we've been feeling confident. And something that Loser had said was that they had placed 6th in quals, 9th overall for both leaderboards combined. So that's an amazing feature, that the fact that, again, they just keep getting better and better, that just going into today, oh, I can't wait to see what they could do.
And you know what I can't wait to see is the drop map, because of course, what is a Fortnite tournament without the scary impending doom of the drop map? It always intimidates me, just seeing how many teams are going to be landing on, of course, the island of Fortnite, and just seeing some of the congested areas. If you guys haven't watched a little bit of Fortnite since the last qualifier, you might notice, hey, this map looks a little different. Well, that's because we're in a new season, everyone, and we have a new part of the map, Taco.
Yeah, and for right now, I know that we're honing it a little bit more towards that northern side of the map with Lavish Lair and Classy Courts. Classy Courts specifically being a more contested area. I'm definitely excited to see maybe some early engagements there, especially since Scare, Kay, Chloe, they're kind of one of those teams that, we threw into the top 5. So now it's really about, okay, can you deliver on maybe some of the expectations that we all seem to be riding with?
Yeah, and I love that too, that Grim Gate shout that you had mentioned. But over here on the southern side, though, by Brutal Beachhead, I'm looking at Sophie, Millie, and Yanni, right? Because I know in this area, right, a lot of people are going to be playing for the newly added Nitro. And I know this is like a heavily area in which you could loot, get that medallion, and slay your opponents, because movement, I feel like you guys, right, is going to be the name of the game.
Oh, yeah, mobility is always the name of the game. And also something that's gotten added this chapter are these medallions. And with the new season, we have some new medallions, Taco. And I definitely think a lot of our teams are going to be prioritizing them as well.
Yeah, you've got Megalodon's medallion, the Machinist medallion, and then Ringmaster Scar's medallion. And keep in mind, several different potential areas of contention. Megalodon's medallion going to be found at Brutal Beachhead, but having that potential opportunity for Infinite Nitro, knowing that Sophie, Millie, and Yanni are essentially potentially uncontested for such, I think, an ideal form of movement. But keep in mind, only one person can actually hold that medallion at a time. If anything, I'm actually leaning a little bit more towards the Machinist medallion over at Redline Rig as potentially being one of the more beneficial medallions in a trios landscape, because you have that opportunity to essentially drop that medallion for your teammates. They can then regen up to 75 shield, and it could just make taking or extending fights a lot easier, whereas for some of these other teams, maybe that war of attrition isn't necessarily going to pan out in their favor.
And for me, I just watched. Oh, I'm so sorry, Dream. My apologies. I just watching the last qualifier that you guys had, because I did get to watch a lot of games. What I noticed was the necessity of mobility because of how many in games were on peaks and mountains. And Dream, I'm just wondering, what do you think is going to be like kind of the best counters for these women when we do have these zones pulling over high peaks?
Well, yeah, I was taking some notes because, yes, like even just watching certain things, the Nitro, right? I just feel like mobility is going to be important, especially for a lot of those close range engagements and like the slides, right? The Euro slide. I just think that's going to be really important close range, because we saw a lot of that in the qualifier one, where even late game, a lot of these teams were still alive, right? They're playing for the late game positioning and just even busting through structures, anything you can to get out of fight quick. I feel like that's just going to be key.
Yeah, and Taco, something that also I think is really cool and exciting is that unlike the last qualifier, we actually have a tournament custom mode now, which is amazing. So these women are going to be competing at like the highest level. What are some of the differences that you think we're going to be seeing?
Well, for starters, the Shield Breaker EMPs are not going to be available for any of these ladies to utilize. So that quick access to fishing and just having that general damage to shield right away, you can't really depend on that. But I think the fact that Nitro Splashes are probably what's going to be running rampant. I mean, anything that provides utility that can also give you the feature of 300 structure damage instantaneously. If anything, I don't even think it's necessarily mobility that'll be the issue. It's more so about being able to establish an open layer. I think that it's just going to be so chaotic in a lot of these final zones. And so I think a lot of what the top 11 is going to consist of are ladies just being able to figure out where they need to be tarping and when, because timing is everything on these current rotations. If you are the first one to front side, you are probably going to get decimated in the process.
Yeah, I love that you say that, Taco, and absolutely timing is everything, because even from qualifier number one, like what did we see? Always a lot of teams set up early, but for Moxie, Dia, and Regs, like they were consistently in favorable positions that allowed them to get early elims or even late elims, but positioning will be key for sure. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Also too, and I believe too, you guys, if you could refresh my memory, do we have cacti plants added in too?
The Slurp Cactus, yes.
Slurp Cactus,
We
yeah,
do.
yeah. So that's going to be a fun element to see too, because yeah, healing was a lot different last time around.
Yeah, especially healing on the go. There's 87 of those cacti on the southern part of the map, and they regenerate as well. Also, my favorite part is when you find like a clump of them. You can fully regenerate your health right off the drop, so they are a perfect use of healing items, especially when your loadout is already so limited to just, usually it's 2 weapons, 2 heals, and then a mobility item. So I definitely think that the cacti are going to be a big part, but also that depends on where the zone is going to be polling and what exactly these players are going to be doing. But for me, Taco, when I look at these competitions, especially when it comes to a builds competition, I look for the teams that always go for height. And it looked like in the last qualifier, height was definitely prioritized by Moxie's trio.
Yeah, I mean, how do you fight a team that's uncontested at Grimgate when they had, not even just that mythic gatekeeper, but also it's Cerberus's medallion. Everybody knew just how powerful that aspect of agility was in the last season and in that last qualifier. But since that's not going to be the case, we have, like I mentioned earlier, 3 different medallions that we're going to be working with. And as far as I think a lot of these ladies are concerned, like Megalodon's medallion for the Infinite Nitro is nice. Ringmaster Scar, sure, you get that infinite ammo. That's also cool. but I still stand tall on the Machinist Medallion. For a trio setting, I can't picture anything better, and especially if you're hovering more towards that southern side of the map to begin with, things are pretty scarce on that side. You don't have a whole lot of loot or resources to depend on, so I think for a lot of these women, if they're not rotating super early on, utilizing those flaming boost hoops or just the nitro splashes, again, I think basing up around maybe some of the slurp cactuses, looking for that surge tower damage and being able to rely on that slurp cactus to regenerate you that 30 health or 30 shield, whatever it is, a combination of both, potentially even, it's just a solid 30 every single time, and it could be a nice little strategy for these women to work with. But I don't expect height to be the case. I do think it's going to be relatively difficult to control height, though, in a lot of these endgame lobbies.
Yeah, I love that you say that, exactly, because I think a lot of the fights too that we had saw was like mid to low ground too as well. So as you'd said, Taco, height not being the case for sure. It's just really going to be about setting up early. But I'm just thinking about these teams that have built the most synergy over time. Even, you know, obviously these ladies have teams that qualified that have broken up, and you know, they're restructuring, reforming. But it seems like these ladies are building the best possible team that they can get to that late game, that they have like the most chemistry, yeah, that's I'm just curious, like, if anything is going to change drastically in that from Qualifier 1, how these teams are going to play.
There's a word you said there, reforming, and I'm glad that you bring that up, because right now we're reforming the lobby. We appreciate your patience in the audience. Of course, we want to make sure that all of our players, all of our teams are in the lobby in the appropriate way, so we are doing just a quick reset. So once again, thank you all for your patience as we get game number 1 of Qualifier 2 ready to go for the Milk Cup. And if you guys are just joining us for the first time, if you didn't watch Qualifier 1, well, 1, go do that right now. It's available in the VODs. But 2, welcome. We appreciate you being here. This is brought on by the incredible people from Gonna Need Milk. Hopefully you guys have your milk. I have mine right here in my beautiful cow mug that I didn't just buy yesterday. Of course, I got the classic chocolate milk. Personally, that's my favorite. It's do we have the same
I feel
one?
a little left out.
All right.
Okay.
Almost. You have udders, but I have well, he's covered now.
One of these things
but I
is
have
not
a cow
like the
in the
other.
middle. Oh, that's so cute. But hey,
and
we
Taco
can
going
see
for
yours.
the classic? Yeah, exactly. We know that you have chocolate milk in there.
Yeah, they also know I'm really low on my chocolate milk stock, so I'm
I
gonna
wanted
need
to
to get a
save some
refill
a
at
little
some
bit.
point. Well, the thing is, it's just so tasty, man. I ran a couple of miles today. I'm not gonna lie. It just makes for a great little snack. You know what I mean?
There you go.
And it's look at the cute
Now
little cow.
You can see him now. You can see him there as we
that
drink a
is
little
adorable.
bit. So we're almost there. Almost there.
And Taco, you bringing up that you went running and of course enjoying your chocolate milk. Well, that's because it is a great source of hydration, everyone. So make sure that you got some milk, because we're going to get some sweaty action going on in here. I personally love it when everyone's trying as hard as they possibly can. And just looking at some of the names and some of the teams that we were just talking about, I know that we're going to get some sweat in here. Taco, I mean, just right off the bat, do you think that we're going to be seeing some high action, high elimination games again, like what we saw from Qualifier 1?
I think that we can definitely expect to see a lot of mid-game action. The early game, given how spread out the map looked overall, it didn't seem as though there was going to be a whole lot of early contention that these ladies are going to be dealing with. I think most of them are just going to be prioritizing getting their surge damage strategy locked in early on, so then they can prioritize their rotations, because again, timing ultimately the most impactful part. But Dream, you kind of touched on it, talking about, some of these ladies, they broke up, they made separate teams, they wanted to try and reestablish or recreate a different kind of synergy that they think might work better for them. But K-Morse is actually someone I'm super excited for, because she was initially dropped, at least from what I was able to gather on socials. Her first team in that first Milk qualifier, she was actually with Turn Sophie and Chloe Ames. And so knowing that she is on a completely different roster, I think for ladies that are kind of in a similar position to K-Morse and K-Morse herself, that would be a super motivational factor in my mind, because it's like, hey, there's a reason why you should not have dropped me, and I'm going to prove it to you here today.
Oh yeah, I mean, and that's such a good shout too, because like she's coming in here with like, you know, full revenge tour, back on her teammates, and I think they did right with Sophie, Chloe, and K-Mars. They got 16th place. So yeah, to be dropped. I mean, even in that deficit, in that lobby too, you got to think of it too, Taco. Right, the lobbies. Probably maybe harder qualifier one. I'm not 100% sure, but I mean, I will probably Boxy, right? But either way, like it's just a good shout on that, because coming into this, like K-More is definitely gonna have a chip with that. But okay, curious to see.
I'm very curious to see, and I'm also excited to get into games. And if I'm hearing correctly, it looks like some players are jumping into the battle bus right now. But I do want to remind everyone, if all of this sounds exciting to you and you say, well, I want to be part of the Milk Cup, well, don't you fret, because there's still an opportunity for you to join the third and final qualifier to find the 11 teams that are going to be moving forward into the LAN. And I do want to tell you all that you can do that through Discord, so please make sure that you guys are joining our Discord. There's still time to compete in the Milk Cup, of course. There's going to be a pre-qualifier that's going to be happening July 9th, everyone. All you have to do is visit gonnaneedmilk.com/milkcup to register. Once again, that is gonnaneedmilk.com/milkcup. And you guys can actually, if I point it right there, bam, you can just scan that, join the Discord for more information as well. But that qualifier, the final qualifier, coming up real soon, so make sure that you register. But on that note, ladies, I believe that the battle bus is almost fully loaded, so I'm going to head off and let you guys get to the action.
Appreciate you so much, Kelly. Always a pleasure, and we'll reunite in the very near future. But for right now, Dream, you heard it from Kelly. Lobby number 1 on the cusp of beginning. A lot of expectations being set so high, especially after that first Milk Cup qualifier. Can these women deliver and run it back? But even better still, that is the question that's sitting on all of our minds right now.
Yeah, can they deliver? Because I mean, when you think about the qualifiers, I mean, even going back to the pre-qualifier for the first one, like thinking of Vanessa's team, right? 644 in score, and underneath that second place team was 301. So I mean, yeah, lobbies were split. Some of these competitions, these ladies are getting the practice in, and scrims every single day, it seems, right? You love that. Gotta shout out the ladies, just everyone's overall helping each other get better, and you love to see that an event like this just bringing the women together.
Yeah, and of course, there's always the fun surprise factors, as I like to call it, because you never know. You see one team that marks themselves in X spot or XPOI for the drop map, and then all of a sudden we're halfway through the games and we've got ladies deciding, okay, this actually isn't working out for us. Let's try and adjust our strategy, see if maybe a different drop is going to fare a little bit better for us. And so I am also just really excited to see just what kind of flexibility we are dealing with here, because I do think that the level of competition, I'm not necessarily expecting any heavy blowouts as far as a leaderboard is concerned. I think that this might be a really tight-knit competition, and if that's the case, I mean, I love nail biters personally.
Oh, I 100% agree. I mean, we cannot see a team win every single map. There's no way. I think we'll have different winners this time, Taco. But I love that you mentioned the looting and the adjustability, because honestly, I'm going to be real. I disliked at first. And keep in mind, I'm an old competitor. I'm with Kelly, early 2000s, all right? I did not like the drop maps at first, because I'm like, man, it's giving away my strategy. But as I watched, Fortnite and just seeing the drop map and the pinging the locations, right? Like just knowing where you land. I love that, because it actually gives teams opportunities to get better at their looting, their loot paths, and be comfortable, right? Having that confidence in game and quickly getting your loot, quickly getting your resources, and getting set up, depending on where the zone goes, of course. But having that loot path and your strengths, right?
Of course, but
I thought it's beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, drop maps have been a staple in Fortnite competitive play, and just Fortnite in general, as far as any tournament is concerned. But I think the other way that it's kind of cool to look at the drop map is that it's essentially a respect check, Because for some of these ladies, if they're landing on one of the more priority POIs and they're getting it uncontested, think a team like Sophie, Millie, and Yanni, for example, Brutal Beachhead, unconned, as far as the drop map is listing, that's a pretty big tap up, I think, from the rest of the ladies competing in the lobby, because typically you'd see players willing to risk it all if it means that they're going to get some good loot in the process. And I think playing for Megalodon's medallion, if he's there, keep in mind that the Machinist and Megalodon do have that possibility of being found in other locations. They could be wandering the map, but that's not going to be the case here today, because you can see the gear icon map on Redline Rigs. That means the Machinist is there. Same case scenario for Megalodon. When that skull icon is on Brutal Beachhead, it means that he is located at that POI specifically.
Yeah, and yeah, absolutely. I love the shout, of course, and you're absolutely correct about the drop map. And it's like the versatility, right? Like having that adjustability to change POIs. Like we might see teams just to decide to contest Sophie and quickly take over. But as you see, I mean, teams here just settling in on the Nitrodrome. We're gonna hop on board here with Scare Bear and, well, looting up, getting some resources at Classy Courts. Seems like there's one team over to the west and another one over to the east, but seems like easy looting here for now.
Yeah, Scare's trio is definitely a little bit surrounded here. It would appear as though Mia, Otis, and Bella actually thought better. They decided to try and go a little bit further west from where Scare's team is actually located, but that's just an ideal situation for Scare's trio, because again, now the priority is all on their loot path, and there's a surprising amount of metal that can be available towards this northern side of the map. So Classy Courts, I think, while it's not necessarily the best to split between 3 people, I think that these ladies can definitely make it work, because they can come out strong out of this uncon POI and just look for a better loot up scenario from just an early engagement.
Yeah, that's key. Resources are definitely going to be key, so Chloe is just gonna loot up some resources, pick up some metal here, and yeah, easy looting it.
Just kind of giving it some time. Unsure. They might get challenged pretty soon. East of them, in that split between Coastal Comms and the Slumber Yard, you've got Paul, Lily, and Rhea. And so that would probably be the team most likely to come into direct contention with Scare's trio. But this is lobby 1 of 6 stream. So even if this first match doesn't go the way that any of these teams or ladies might have intended it to, you just got to keep your head in the game and keep remembering that you still have 5 more lobbies to work with. And sometimes it's not necessarily about how you start off in a competition like this, but just making sure that you finish strong.
Finish strong. Yep. Sometimes setting the pace can put some pressure on some teams, but I love that you say that's a good shout. Here, no pressure, just really about looting resources, getting set up, positioning, and hey, there's a nitro, one of those flaming rings. I love running in them. Get that extra boost there, but still, even on, I believe, who was that? Was it Haley, Ellis, and no, that was actually 2. Yeah, maybe located over by Reckless Railways, but hopping on board with Sep over at the Red Line Ridge, and I believe we may have one other person over there. I'm not sure exactly. It looks like a solo? Someone that could just be scouting, if anything. You don't necessarily have to immediately pressure another team. Sometimes it can just be ideal to get eyes on, but regardless of the scenario here, Danzy just going to keep things pressing even a little bit further south. I believe there was a team that landed towards Megalo Depot, which is just west of where Redline Rig is located. So even at Little Dirty Dock, there's a chance for these ladies to essentially find some other contenders. And it is not uncommon to see early engagements on this desert side of the map, because again, this is where it's essentially a wasteland, right? There's not going to be that much material, that much items or weapons in general, so you're really banking it all on just having that strong initial loot path. Arduke, though, dropping the medallion here from Nitrodrome, so that tells me Ringmaster Scar has already been dealt with.
Now it just comes down to who they want to carry that infinite ammo medallion.
Yeah, and originally too, I believe it was Coco, Naya, and Hannah that had landed here. So, I mean, maybe that might be the team, as they do have a couple of eliminations on the board. Just picking up some resources, dupes, just continuing on, getting that medal. And as you had mentioned, having control. And man, it's really loud over here. I love it. It just gets you locked into the zone.
Could definitely be a good amp up opportunity. You need to get some music pumping. I know that is one way to certainly stimulate a bit of an adrenaline rush. But most of these ladies, some of them, a little bit more of an extended. They're playing the long con essentially, coming out of Sandy Steps. Team Mystic, they're a little bit more prioritized on just trying to make sure that they're not cut off, but it could be the forecast tower that's essentially in their sights. Forecast always going to be a very strong opportunity whenever you have knowledge of all future zones throughout the remainder of the lobby, but Forecast Tower is hardly ever going to be left uncontested, so if they get their chance to take over Mystic-inspired Delph, I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest to see them try and utilize that position to their advantage.
Yeah, and I kept looking too, like Mystic kept just like eyeing over there too, just making sure, but as we're hopping on with Miss Soiree, getting tagged up from above, I believe that is Murder over there. Here, we're over by. Oh. Gonna pop down some shields, give some resources in, but doesn't want to play too aggressive here. No need to actually overextend or be overly aggressive, as they do not have height advantage. So going in for the repositioning, Mrs. Soiree is gonna go around the mountain here, and yeah, their team is just gonna decide to back down, not get overly aggressive with the fight.
They don't really have the mats to try and challenge that in the first place, or the ammo. Looking at that Hunter's DMR, 42 shots to work with. At least for Miss Soiree, if you're looking for those long-range battles, you want to be able to do so without compromising your mid-game opportunities. So maybe if she's able to take advantage of a 4-time scope or so, but it could be a weapons bunker play that this trio is actually looking for, given that they are fully aware of this team right here, Team Adas, Lifa, and Leah. They've actually got strong control on the northern side of the map, just fully took over one of the mountain peaks just next to Grand Glacier, and in between the rescue station, essentially, that's going to be the building that's just a little bit west of their location. So if they stay positioned here, really strong chance that they're going to be able to catch one of those other further north teams on their rotations. And that thermoscope locked in there for Ada. So she's got a great way to at least gauge which direction players are coming from. It's going to be more so about defending this current position. They don't want to allow any other teams to get close to them, or afford other teams to let them get their storm bases set up, because if they get another surge base set up, that could pose a big threat to their current position on that mountain.
Yeah, for sure. And it seemed like they had a team pushing them, but I believe one of I think that there was one teammate that I had only close range weapons, so that might be kind of difficult, especially. But hopping on board with Ryland too, seemed to be gazing Nicole and Aya Pixie as well, and Tao. But the repositioning is coming in, as there is a team that seems to be very close by, a couple of teams, but maybe a third-party situation where they decide to back down, get height advantage, and that seems to be the case. Let the other two teams fight, reposition, and get set up.
Again, kind of just waiting to see which weapon bunker spawns come into play and which teams are actually going to look to challenge for it. But revisiting this mountain peak situation, Lavish Lily's trio in a decent amount of turmoil here. I mean, they do not have the height advantage by any means. And when you're shooting up, a lot more opportunity for you to get dinged in the process without necessarily getting that damage that you're looking for. But that's not going to deter Lily. She's still hoisted up in this cone, trying to keep a good tabs, make sure that there isn't anyone from Adis' trio that's actually going to decide to maybe go for some kind of sneaky play. But Lily also wanting to ensure that her build isn't destroyed in the process. You can tell, though, she wants to go for peaks on some of these other teams. That's one of the benefits of positioning on this mountain in the first place. But Vadis and her trio can continue to apply pressure towards Lavish Lily, Meow, and Pow, it's going to be difficult for them to want to just sit tight there. And sure enough, they're actually going to be forced to continue trying to wrap around this mountainside. They might still be able to look back and get some tags onto another trio elsewhere, but they know it's just not possible for them to stay situated on that lower section of the mountain. They just don't want to risk getting pincered between that fully top side mountain team and anyone else.
Yeah, no, that's 100% accurate. It's hard to take those engagements, but keep in mind this team was the in lobby number 1 was the first place team, 412 points, so they were dropping about 68.7 points per match. This lobby is definitely much difficult this time around, as you can see, so smart on the reposition, but can they connect? As you see, the push does happen here on another squad. It is Chloe's team too, and K-Bear as well, so this could be difficult for Lavish Lily and her team, as she is pinched. This is a pinch situation, but will ADS's team, will they decide to push though? That is going to be the thing. And that height advantage though, Taco, I wouldn't give it up.
No, Scare and Kay seemed a little bit more preoccupied with just overall positioning. They don't really want to waste their time, and also depending on what their map count looks like, because again, kind of hovering with Lavish Lily's trio, there is, I wouldn't call it a desperate situation just yet for a refresh, but these are not the materials that you'd want for a mid-game playthrough. Maybe if the zone continues to pull a little bit more in their favor and stay towards this northern side, they won't necessarily have to expend as many of their builds, but if they want to take a box fight with any of the teams that are kind of surrounding them, because they do have options to push in either direction, it's just about whether or not they can confirm search tags, because so far only maybe seen one shot that's connected in their favor, and that's not going to be enough to carry you throughout the course of a lobby.
Yeah, and yeah, the surge tags are everything, especially if that's pressure on you. But look at this engagement here. As you see, Ella's pushing from up top here, and well, NES trying to do something. Decides to jump off the mountain, link up with her team, and yeah, get out of dodge, because that zone is going. But also there are teams that are starting to rotate in. As you see, the action is going to start to tighten up. 2 teams now on that mountainside holding in, but for Lifa and her squad, yeah, they're just going to get set up and just position, wait to play for another day.
One of the benefits of the Nitro Splashes being that you do not take fall damage, which is why we could see them go for such a quick disperse opportunity there. It seems as though they just took too many tags from the get-go. They didn't want to try and extend that fight and have to utilize the shield resources that they do currently have stocked up. But basing just a little bit southwest of that position. I mean, again, we talked about that rescue station, how it could be a potential midway fight opportunity, but you've got to make sure that you are closing these engagements very quickly, because how often or not do we see other teams just look to come in with a third-party engagement? And that could also have been a big part of the concern. Adis knew that there was already Lavish Lily's trio hanging out towards that mountainside, so if they'd stuck around for much longer with the team that was directly contesting them just now, again, that's only going to put them in a more unfavorable position. So I respect the decision to just bail out entirely and look to reform your strategy elsewhere.
Over here on the other side with DJ Lovely, you see teams boxing in, not giving up any positioning, playing cautious. But also, again, as you had mentioned, this team is 102 above the damage threshold, so that is just going to be considered, as well as just, well, maybe just taking a couple of pop shots over the top. Nothing too aggressive happening here, but so that zone 5 is about to happen here. We're going to see where it quickly pulls, and again, teams are going to start repositioning yet again, but at least one nearby you do see Taco Glizzy Girl. Will they decide to engage? I mean, but both teams just boxed up waiting patiently.
It's all about who decides to actually make the first move. Kind of like playing a game of chicken. You really boil it all down, but 102 damage above the surge threshold. If they're not careful, they might find themselves dipping underneath, depending on how much damage is able to be confirmed elsewhere. Aris trying to see if she could take her shot. She's got the 4-time scope on this Huntress DMR, so better odds than most in terms of connecting. Els just trying to soar through the sky, but it doesn't appear as though any shots are going to connect just yet for Aris or Bells. Els and her team able to establish themselves safely after gliding in, and those kinds of missed opportunities could come back to bite them later on. But looking at where they currently sit, almost 300 damage above, being at 297, they're in a pretty solid spot as well. Rather central currently of where the 5th zone is located, and so if anything, they're probably just going to look to try and control the way that the rest of the lobby sort of trickles in to the zone, or that edges zone. They don't want to allow anybody too nearby them. They can just get their shots in, just like Sophia's trying to do.
Yep. This, at least in this on the northern side of zone, though. Look at this squad. 2,160 above the damage threshold. A lot of maps to work with. Close range weapons is also a 2 as well. Having those nitro splashes, but wow. What's been going on with them? A lot of action going on over here, but a lot of pop shots and a zip there. Getting off of Rift Island. Gonna use that. Reposition and get set up inside of zone, but as we take a look, as we keep closing on in here in this overhead view, the storage surge is active. This team now for Amber, though, doing pretty good. 575 above the damage threshold, and look where this zone is too. Looking like in right in center. So do you think, Taco, this, I mean, being in a good spot, maybe, but not having any eliminations, maybe an opportunity to pick up some?
Well, this positioning leads me to believe that there's a possibility Rin, Ballerina, and Amber might actually have that forecast tower that spawns potentially just a little bit south of Pleasant Piazza. I do remember seeing it spawned in earlier this match when we checked in with Mystic, Inspire, and Delph. They were kind of, you know, throwing some eyesight towards that direction. But given that Ember, Ballerina, and Rin are actually dropping at Pleasant Piazza, it's a much shorter stroll for them to actually look to go and either challenge or just outright take that forecast tower. And when you're that central in the zone, I mean, you've got to know something that everybody else doesn't. And especially with their surge strategy having panned off so well for them this far. Big shot, though. That hammer pump just reminding exactly why you try not to get up close and personal. Crocs and Glocks along with Weezer gonna be some of the first to get eliminated here. That's 3 in total so far for Team Mystic. A strong refresh as well. Now these ladies with a little bit of low ground control. It's all about trying to just create as much space as possible, make sure that they have as much pre-existing builds of their own, because they're gonna start slamming through these builds now with the nitro splashes. They might be cooking up something devious here.
Yeah, and that's what, like, easy views right there. Nitro splash right before you know you're going to engage and make a play, and it just seems like that, like you said, reposition, bust through those builds. But what a nice shot there it was with that hammer pump, and just to be able to get set up too on this side of zone. As you see, teams not necessarily kind of like maybe in a position to potentially have a push on Sophie's squad, because as you see, they're kind of inching behind them, but Sparkles and Maddie as well in between them too. So gonna have a situation here. Sophia going in for the aggressive push. We know this team has been quite aggressive. Trouble all around Sophia.
Everyone is just trying to rotate in, but these ladies are shooting at each other before the rotates are even established. So now teams that are finding themselves in the zone first.
Everyone is being annoying at this point, but Sophia and her squad making shots into Soiree does manage to, I believe, take them down. Yes, it was. So everyone just completely going at it, as you see. Chloe, too, taking the high ground, and K-Bear going in for the push as well. So for Aya Pixie and her squad, you can see the action going on up top and down below, but these box fights are starting to get intense as we do close in on the zones. And I'm going to talk your ear off here for a second, because Taco,
I mean, the action was just getting so crazy.
but she's back because the craziness is ensued.
I basically just got knocked from the call. I mean, that's just the way that a lot of these battles have been going, though, Dream. These ladies are trying to establish themselves early on inside of the zone, but again, if you were the first one to rotate in, sometimes you're at risk of getting shot the most, drawing too much of the lobby attention. But Lavish Lily, Pow, and they've actually situated themselves in a decent spot, and they are just spraying so much pressure onto Elsa's trio. There's not much that Robin can do about it either, trying to hold the walls, but when you're down to wood builds, you know there's not much left to work with. And this is just a firing ground, basically looking like a shooting range right now for Power and Lavish Lily. These DMR, or actually it's the Enforcer AR, just applying so much pressure. There is little left to recover for those ladies that are just too far towards the edge of zone.
Yeah, and wasn't some of this, excuse me, because, you know, I do bounce around a little bit, wasn't some of this weaponry nerfed? Doesn't seem like at least with the Hunter CMR still being favored and being just as strong, if you can correct me if I'm wrong there, but either way, Nerviani action is happening. Taco, I'm so glad you're back. Couldn't have done it without you. Zone number 8 is getting wild here, but you see who has the high ground. It is Mari and her squad. Yanni just getting some peeks and checking, not getting overly aggressive, because you don't want to take those fights that... Oh, nice tag there. So you don't want to take those fights that you can't take, but the Flowberry is going to come out and get the heals off really quickly, and the reposition is in.
Now, Smiley just caught lacking just too much of an overpeak from that wall edit. Needed to close it off a lot sooner, or just opt for the window edit instead of that half wall take, but at the same time, height could potentially be challenged now, given that Smiley's going to have to invest some decent time just looking to recover her white HP and her shields. Meanwhile, trouble brewing for Maddie and Sparkles. Down to just one Nitro Splash here for Maddie. She's trying to claim some territory, actually playing for the backside of zone. This is a smart wraparound. Now she's got an opportunity for a refresh if she can get into Ryland's box, but no, instead, gonna be forced to try and just sit tight for a moment longer. Didn't manage to actually break through with that initial dash, and that was her final Underworld dash as well. So now it's all down to only 10 Flowberry Fizz here for Sparkles. At least 2 more Nitro Splashes, though, for Sparkles to try and utilize. But Maddie, she's caught somebody in her grasp right behind. They don't seem to realize where these shots are coming from. Just so much chaos unfolding in the low ground. And Sparkles and Maddie, they seem to just be spearheading the competition from the backside of zone.
Yeah, and I mean, being annoying too, not necessarily, but I do believe Maddie did just lose Sparkles, so we'll see if she can come out of that situation. But looking at the zoom out of this, the team that does have the high ground, it is Sophie's team, so we'll see if they can come out at top, as we know they were dominating in the pre-quals. But for Kay right now, still, you see, get the sound indication that there is someone close by working on it and gonna decide to rebuild, reposition again, but still there it is. Oh, a tag on to a player, I believe that was Leah. So all around you see Kay just trying to figure out where to go, which fight to take, but also favoring the low ground.
Kay just doesn't have an option. She doesn't have any material. She's trying to fight her way out of this, but unfortunately, her team is just getting picked apart. Still, the damage has been done. That's going to be 2 successful knocks here for Kay. Another couple eliminations that she can add to the tabs here. Going to choose to play for the medkit at this point. Every single placement point counts. Meanwhile, look at the high ground. It's still Millie and Yanni that have actually overtaken Sophie as well. Team Smiley, having been forcibly dropped, took too much damage advantage earlier on. They weren't able to actually seize control of the high ground throughout these moving zones. And for Mari, Yanni, and Sophie, they're just going to have so many chances now to just spray down on the lower ends of the layers and just hopefully prevent anybody else from actually challenging them on height. But Millie, she might be one of the first ones to drop from the high ground, to go and pick up, just play disruptor, really. That seems to be the priority once you get to a certain stage of the high ground play.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Yanni, utilizing that high ground play, does have a couple of nitro splashes to work with, 25 flowberry is to work with, and well, taking some shots into Ms. Mary and her squad and DJ Lovely, which, well, they got 21st in the pre-qual limbs, so having one victory royale in that lobby number 2, see if they can get it here in this qualifier number 2 final. But you see, they're doing quite well. DJ Lovely has another elimination in her back pocket, plus not to mention having enough builds too, a lot of brick to work with at least, but still it is getting crazy. Ms. Mary does get tagged by Sophie though, so now DJ Lovely in a predicament as Sophie does take her down too as well. So that is such a big fight from Sophie to win, taking down 2, both DJ Lovely, and 30 down to 30, and 2 shield gets popped.
Fortunate stuff there for Sophie, but Millie still able to play from the high ground. Millie's actually the one with all of the white heals. She's got those 2 med kits, at least from what I saw, so it makes sense for as to why she's the last one remaining on the high ground. Comes down to whether or not Yanni's going to be able to pick up the pieces, but Scars has fallen. Layla going to be the lone standing member of her trio, just trying to play the zone at this point. Gets another elimination there onto Millie, but she can't hold on. Yanni sitting tight. We saw her with, or we saw Millie at least with those med kits, but it seems as though she might have swapped them off to Yanni at the last moment and actually chosen to challenge the low ground herself. But either way, I don't know if I'd really dictate that as a heal off, considering that Millie, she seems like she applied the pressure that she needed to alongside Sophie, and it's going to be Team Sophie. We saw just how strong they came in the pre-qualifier lobbies, and now finding the first victory royale in our 1 of 6 games today. That is a great accomplishment to start things off with.
With how crazy that was, Taco, absolutely. Like, I mean, between all teams and just spinning in circles, like, it was just crazy high ground, but they had that favorable position, and of course having the heals right there, that was super clutch. But gotta give it a shout out to DJ Lovely though, just for staying alive for so long, her and her squad being able to pick up a lot of eliminations, and again being 21st on that and just working their way up. You love to see some of these teams just progressively get better.
Yeah, really excited to see how everything breaks down as far as the leaderboard is concerned and whatnot. So give us a moment, go ahead, grab your snacks, get your chocolate milk, whatever you might need, because we'll be right back after this short break.
Hi, I'm Redish, also known as Red in the Fortnite community. I'm a full-time Fortnite streamer, content creator, and I am gonna be competing in this lovely tournament with some lovely girls, and I'm super excited. My teammates are Lola Blood and Noelik. Lola is my IGL, and then Noelik is, I would say, the fragger, and I've been support so far. I think pretty much all the girls in the Fortnite community know both of these lovely ladies. I've known Lola the longest. I feel like I've known her for 3 years. When I was talking to her about this tournament and to play together, she said, I have Noelik and we have such good chemistry and she's so nice. I feel like this is the trio. And it turned out that was the trio. I like to eat that day. I like to make sure I sleep well that day. And then when I get on Fortnite, I just like to play the game, like at least 2 hours before. I like to make sure that my aim is super warmed up, since Surge is going to be so important and we're going to need a lot of that. I'll make sure my aim is perfect. And then normally I just play a few games for the vibes, just to get in that Fortnite spirit. I basically wanted to be known in the community as Red. I wanted everyone to call me Red, but I couldn't have twitch.tv/Red. And I don't know, I was just thinking of words and I came up with Reddish. But Reddish with an I was taken, so I just put a Y and I liked the way it looked, and yeah, I never changed it since then. Ooh, that was a long time ago. I remember it was my dad who got me into gaming. Of course, before that, I was playing all of those cute mini games, Barbie games, Tarzan, Hercules, and all of that. But then my dad introduced me to Counter-Strike. So I started playing Counter-Strike when I was only 6 years old. And I played for like 10 years. So that was my main game for a long time. The first tourney that I can remember, I know it was not the first one, but it's the first one I remember. It was called World Cup Warm-Up. And I was playing it with one of my first viewers. Like, he found my stream when I was on 2 average viewers, I think. And we played together and we had a win. I had 5 elims, he had 2, and at the end I have like little tears forming in my eyes. I was so happy when we got that win. It was a crazy feeling. And I was like, am I a pro now? Am I a pro now?
I'm a pro! Guys, am I a pro or what?
I was like back in World Cup days. It was so fun. It's pretty similar to a tournament day. It's just Fortnite. My whole life is Fortnite right now, so yeah, Fortnite, streaming, social media, that's my full-time thing, and I spend a lot of hours just doing what I love. I like playing Fortnite for fun as well, not just competing. I do a lot of fun stuff, but outside of Fortnite, I would say just spending time with my loved ones. Just quality time, yeah. I started playing in Chapter 1, Season 4, so pretty OG. And my favorite season is always the current season. I don't know if it's because I'm a streamer and creator, but for me, every new season that comes out is just better than the previous one, somehow. I don't think I had one season I hated, and yeah, I feel like they're all getting better, so yeah. I main Pepperthorn. She is a part of my locker bundle, and she kind of looks like me, so that's why. My favorite weapon of all time is the exotic Maven shotgun. 100%. It was just the craziest weapon ever. It was fast, it did a lot of damage, it was just perfect for zero build and builds. Wow, I never thought about that before. Let's go with Merstache. Yeah, crazy fragger here. I feel like it's important to remember that it doesn't matter if you have a bad day, if you have a bad tournament, if you die of fall damage one game. Like, people don't care. People watch for you, and they just don't care if you don't play your best all the time. And I feel like that's very important. I think it's wonderful. I'm very, very grateful to them and to Peach as well for coming up with this lovely event, because it's the first of its kind. We never had a LAN event for the girls community, and I love LAN events. I went to quite a few. I went to the Dream Hacks. I went to the global event in Copenhagen. So I feel like having an event like that gathers all the most talented ladies in the community in one place will be amazing for us as an experience, but also for the viewers. I think it's gonna be a great event. I love milk. I'm not just saying it. I was literally talking about it the other day. I grew up eating milk with cereal for every single day of my life for the first, I think, 16 years of my life. Like, I can't remember having one breakfast that didn't include the milk and cereal. And it's I think it shaped me into the person I am today, and it got me very smart as well. So everyone should be drinking milk.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the Milk Cup, where we just wrapped up game number 1 for Qualifier 2 here. But of course, we still have 5 more games to go before we can find our top 11 teams that will be punching their ticket to the LAN later on this year. But of course, Taco Dream bringing all the action still. And there was a lot of action in game number 1, Taco.
Yeah, but I mean, for starters, though, coming out of that Reddish interview, can you imagine if the Heisted Accelerant shotgun was still in for today's competition, or even this season, alongside of Nitro and Nitro Splashes? That would just be absurd, man, to think about. Yeah, I don't
Hey,
know.
listen,
I
I was gonna say, like, I'm still on shopping carts, okay? I'm still back in 2017. But no, we saw a lot of craziness, especially in that late game, Kelly. But shout out, though, to Team Sophie for taking that one. They're saving the city out here, as they like to say, because they've been dominating lately. But a lot of cautiousness, though, Taco, you'd say, right? Especially in the beginning.
Definitely a little bit slower than I was even initially anticipating, but I think part of that is also just credited to the fact that this is game 1 of 6. So if there's ever going to be that bit of an experimental phase, sometimes you go a little bit slower at the start to kind of get a better read on what the lobby is going to look like throughout the course of things. But we saw just how hectic things were by the time we even approached that 7th zone. It really seemed as though a lot of the ladies and teams in general were just struggling to try and establish any layer to themselves. It just felt like the moment it looked like somebody was going to have low ground control, oh, what do you know? You've got another team running up behind you, just immediately blasting you with these hammer pump shotguns. And I think that it was just really well played to Sophie's trio, because they've got Megalodon's medallion. That infinite nitro, I think, is a big part of the reason why it was so difficult for anyone else to try and overtake hype from them by the time we got to those final zones.
Also, I loved watching their strategy towards the end game there. A lot of these times we'll see teams go for height a little too early. They'll run out of mats or someone will catch them out. But this team going in around zone 10, zone 11, taking height from there. And then I always love it when the teams kind of allow themselves to separate a little bit, and they'll prepare that one player that stays up on height with all the med kits while the other players drop down to grab some eliminations and dream. That's what we just saw in game 1.
Oh, yeah, we did definitely see that too as well. But we do have a leaderboard, though, I believe, but still in the 79 points for Sophie's squad. And underneath that, we have K-Moores is at 74. So, Taco, you had mentioned it being close-knit. This, I mean, obviously could be drastically changed, but looking on the leaderboard, we're not seeing like something crazy like 97, right?
Yeah, no, at least not yet. You never know, because again, everybody's kind of like, they're dipping their toes in the water. They're kind of testing things out for starters. You don't want to be the team that goes super gung-ho at the beginning, and then you realize, oh man, we tried to expend every single one of what we thought were going to be our best strategies, and then realize it's back to the drawing board right away. But for Team Sophie, as long as they stay uncontested at Brutal Beachhead, I could definitely expect to see them picking up maybe 1, 2. I'm not going to call it, the 6-peat just yet. I think that's a legendary feat that belongs to Moxie from that first qualifier. But considering that they did have 3 wins in the pre-quals for their lobby, I again can stand on the fact that I could definitely see them running it back for another Victory Royale.
Yeah, definitely have to agree right there. And obviously we have K-Moores, Layla, and Skurs just right behind first place. So only a few points. Definitely still plenty of opportunity over the next 5 games for them to gather as many points as possible, because again, our top 11 teams are going to be moving straight to the LAN event later this year. And that is where the lion's share of the prize pool is for the Milk Cup here. But I want to talk about a trio, Smiley, Sophia, and Mari. Although they're only in 5th place right now, they are the only trio to get double-digit eliminations in game 1. How important are those eliminations, Taco?
It definitely can build, especially over the course of 6 separate lobbies, Kelly. And I think, if anything, Smiley's intention certainly seems to be actually being one of the few teams that's going for high early. We saw them hanging around Rift Island. They were trying to take advantage of shooting players from the sky that were opting to take those early rifts for their rotations, and wouldn't be surprised to see that be a reoccurring strategy essentially for that trio. But it is something that will get the picture as far as lobby number 2 develops, because as you can tell, we've got this Southwest bus loadout, and as far as these ladies are concerned, everyone's hopping off. They've all thanked the battle bus driver. They're ready to get into lobby number 2 here, Dream.
Yep, most definitely. Lobby number 2, here we go. Because as I mentioned, I mean, that map number 1 that Moxie, Diane, and Rex did, it was 97 points. We have 79 now. So again, we're thinking of like competition, right? I think it's definitely going to be closer this time around, but yes, the Megalodon's medallion was obviously key that last map, and the really like the extra mobility and movement in the boost that you get, but just to add that and you get it infinitely, oh gosh, like I just wonder, as you had mentioned, will teams decide to change up their POIs, decide to change up their drop spots, and you know, were they prepared for this? Because you know, as teams usually have their main loot path, their main strategy, the adaptability is very important, especially as we move further on along the tournament, because we have 11 teams already waiting in the LAN final, Taco, that it's not gonna get easier. And I keep saying it because these girls have been practicing out of their minds.
Yeah, and also kind of expecting that practice to continue over the course of the next couple of months. I mean, even if you find yourself as one of the top 11 teams, that doesn't mean that you take your foot off the gas pedal by any means. So many of the ladies that we saw even from the first Milk Cup qual that were in that top 11, we see them regularly trying to compete in other third-party events, as well as the fact, you know, some of them, Moxie obviously a great example. She tries to run it down in the FNCS qualifier rounds, right? So everyone certainly only looking to continue trying to elevate themselves. And that's the kind of thing that I love about competitions like this Milk Cup provided by Gonna Need Milk, because it just gives women a very inclusive space to build that drive for competitive play.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, you say that, just building the drive. I'm telling you, I'm too old to compete, but these ladies got me feeling the drive again, just to go crazy. But motivation, right? Like just events like this, and got a shout out too to Gonna Need Milk and Peach Cobbler, of course, just for even putting this together. But it's just amazing just to see an event like this happen, because as Kelly said, like it is emotional, even for someone like me who's been around for 20 years, never seen anything like this.
For sure. Right now, though, trouble brewing at Brawler's Battleground, seemingly holding true to its namesake here. But the issues could be posed more so for Dolo's trio. Savvy, she's got a nice angle off this ramp that she's established on a building top here at Brawler's Battleground. Granted, the only thing that Savvy needs to be careful of is going for an over peak. Sometimes that aggression can work against you, and given that she doesn't exactly have the greatest resources as far as only having one shield potion, unless somebody else on her team, maybe Loser Beam, is carrying a little bit more resources, but given that none of these ladies have fully topped off the shield, I would have to expect that they might be running a little bit thin on their resources. Nitro Splash even. Savvy recognized the fact she's getting pushed too aggressively, 1 versus 3. We all know that's never the ideal situation to find yourself in. So the immediate retreat, now she's got to just hope that Loser Beam's going to be able to provide that coverage fire she needs. 2 people pressuring her box, the wall immediately doused. Savvy first to fall in this engagement. Loser Beam trying to pick up pieces, see if she can maybe recover this situation. But in a 3 versus 2, Dream, it's only looking tough stuff here. Mara gonna be the next one to fall, and these walls just don't stand a chance. The Nitro Splash is breaking through. Loser Beam down to her final bits of white HP. She's scattering, she's zigging, and she's zagging, but for how much longer can she realistically keep things going? When you are this far south of the map, you have to expect that you're gonna get chased down, and sure enough, 2 ladies just looking to hold Loser Beam at bay. They could even sit on these respawn cards if they don't take her out of the seas as is.
Man, down to 4 health in a Dream, and that's such an unfortunate situation for my wild card team that had an average placement of 5th. Okay, keep in mind, like, their points per match about 48.5, but listen, in that situation, Savvy T seemed like kind of like in a situation where she was just looting maybe too far, maybe that anchor player, maybe they were trying to just get set up for a play, but Loser Beam and Mar being too far away, overtaken and both taken out, and Loser Beam with 4 health. 4 health. She does have some heals to work with, but does manage to get away on this south side. This south side of the battleground, but yeah, what? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, if she keeps swimming from this position, though, high odds that a trio a little bit more towards the Summit Temple, Summit Base Camp, thinking Kay, Kiana, Jade, they might be able to spot out Loser Beam because they're going to be in a slightly elevated position. Not only that, but Loser Beam, the odds of her being able to wrap back around, get those reboot cards, and look for a reboot van opportunity, that is without a doubt going to be the most difficult aspect for her to deal with in this secondary match. Sometimes you just got to cut your losses short. She might be better off just trying to hide as a solo, but then if you're playing as a solo in a lobby of trios, how do you establish your surge strategy? So it's just back against the wall situation, all things considered there for Loser Beam.
Hey, you know what? But that was a great escape. Great escape. Maybe live to fight another day, but definitely has her work cut out for her. But as we're switching on over here to Meow, Lillian Pao.
Oh, what was her name again?
Meow. Meow for Rhea.
Yeah.
Meow.
I felt like you had some emphasis in that first one, you know?
Yeah, I might be getting a little too excited here. I don't know. That Loser Beam escape, though, that was crazy. But, yeah, we're feeling it. I mean, I could go moo.
I don't know about that. Wait, don't one of the ladies have their player cam, I believe, from their personal stream? Because keep in mind, guys, while this is being streamed from eArena, some of these ladies are also showcasing their skills directly. So make sure you definitely check out their channels, follow along, get that 4K seat on the direct gameplay that they have to offer, and really just make sure to show some support to all of our ladies competing here today in the Gonna Need Milk Qualifier. Number 2, Arising. Got her eyes set currently onto Aya Pixie. A lot of wood builds currently, and that's going to give Arising the heads-up cue. She just wants to dash right in off the Nitro Squad. Getting really aggressive currently. Has isolated Gazing Nicole, an instantaneous takedown. Whoa. Beautifully executed there from Arising. Could not have asked for a cleaner elimination even. And that's going to put Els, Haley, and Arising in the control spot. The rest of their team forced to kind of just scramble here. Rylan, in fact, hiding inside of a bush, but Aya Pixie, she's not going to be as lucky. She can't actually escape. One by one, they are getting picked off here. And again, you have to respect the hustle there from Arising. She saw her opportunity and seized it.
Yeah, a confidence play from Arising and up close and personal with that hammer shotgun. And, you know, that's the type of gameplay that we need in a lobby like this from a player like her. Like, yeah, I mean, you just need to be confident with every engagement that you take. Cannot falter. But maybe spotting a team here up on the mountain, just going to decide to play it safe, kind of inch your way on through. Hopping in the bush and getting ready to pop that Nitro Splash. Here we go. Pushing up top. But you see the team, it actually is running away. Maybe not deciding to deal with the Rising's aggressive play, but Glitter Gun gets tagged up. No, now down to White Shield's gonna have to build and get away.
Those walls took years to come out, Glitter, but she's just so focused on trying to escape. Maybe she just doesn't have that much material, but gotta throw up at least a wall or two from behind you. Sure enough, Glitter Gun, she's going to be knocked as free as can be. Arising, not going to waste any time closing the distance there either. If you're not throwing up those walls behind you on the escape path, there's really not much left to be done here.
Oh, man. And yeah, no, look at that. 500 on the resources, fully maxed out for Arising too as well. So it seems to have something. But as you said, just not sure exactly what happened, but with Sophie here rotating in now up from the west side of Reckless. And this is kind of where we saw it end the last time around, I believe, right? Kind of like you're above right in the water, so sometimes it could be crazy working around water zones, I feel like. But rotating on in, you know, Sophie's just gonna decide to pop that Nitro barrel and rotate on in through, catch up with their squad. But you know, looking at the kind of like the utility and what they have here, maybe not a lot of ammo to work with, but does have heals, and it's gonna continue on to just get some ammo, get some resources. 2 eliminations Millie does in fact have too, so this squad, nothing too crazy yet here, Taco.
But having access to a weapons bunker could take them to that next level that we saw. They're looking to replicate that Victory Royale from match 1, and now that they're able to fully soup out all of their weapons with the attachments that they prefer, the weapons mod bench, the primary reason why we saw them kind of take that little bit of a detour towards the weapons bunker. If it's going to be there, you might as well make use of it. Rin, on the other hand, a little bit further east over here at the Nitrodrome, and they're trying to keep in mind they are definitely surrounded. Ringmaster Scar's medallion still up for grabs. That could be part of the reason why Rin, Lorena, and Amber kind of just halted for a moment here. They want to see exactly how many teams are actually looking to kind of impose upon this POI. But that infinite ammo is just so tempting. If anything, you don't even necessarily have to go for the medallion directly. This could just be an excellent opportunity to get some surge going if you weren't able to establish any early on. Layla, K-Mors, and Scars, they're actually chasing this one out a bit. They want to keep taking shots where available into Rin's trio. They were definitely relatively successful with that as well. We saw a couple attacks hitting those shields. So K-Mors certainly trying to be more than just that second place on the leaderboard.
Yeah, for certain. And it looked like too, I'm not sure if that was Rift Island just about to spawn up too as well. So maybe there might be some type of play there. But for Scary though, on the chase and bringing a player down, I believe that was Ren. But boxed up and playing aggressive, using that nitro splash, pushing on through the barricade, does take down Nestle. And well, trying to find the other one. Scary goes around. Scary fan in for the push. And there's Nestle and Renee going down. And I mean, 4 eliminations. They got a mats to work with, ammo to work with. Looking pretty good here. And as well, too, the eastern side of the map seems to be cleared out. No teams in sight. That seems to be the last squad.
Some big eliminations under their belts here, especially when you factor in that, yeah, this is looking a little bit more like dead side territory that they could look to try and operate from. It's really going to be dependent on the next zone pool, but it seems as though their intention is to keep wrapping dead side. And I mean, makes sense. When you've already got 4 eliminations, you don't really have to compromise your positioning by any means. You can kind of look to play a little bit of a slower pace at this point. 1309 above as far as their damage threshold is concerned, so definitely reaping the benefits currently of their early engagements.
Yeah, that's a high threshold to work with here, but for K-Bear, Chloe, and Scare, they're 131 above, so might have to start thinking about looking to see which teams are close by as they do spot 1, but there's 2 on the northern side of zone. So they're getting set up, have that damage threshold to worry about, but as we get an overhead view close to that Rift Island, you see teams fighting underneath, and I believe there maybe we might have Smiley's team up top there as well, as they did take it on that map number 1, but for Rose, Mani, and Athenely, they're looking pretty good here too, and also another position to maybe just set up and get some eliminations. But that Storm Eye is shrinking, zone is in, and you're gonna see teams starting to close on in a couple of shots in, but nothing connects. Lizzie girl though, look at her. She is running away from a fight, Taco. In between like 3 teams, she doesn't get knocked. Trouble in paradise.
Whether she was trying to escape, the problem now is that her trio hung around the Nitrodrome just a little bit too long. All those teams that are already faced up on that underside of Rift Island, as well as the team on top of Rift Island, they are forcibly changing up the path that Karina wanted to take initially. At least the Slurp Cactus gonna offer some form of health regeneration here, but still, shots consistently being aimed their way, and they're gonna have to continue wrapping around the map, but working their way into the zone. They're not gonna have an opportunity to take advantage of a rift at this point. That's the primary reason why we see so many teams kind of based up at that bottom of Rift Island. It's a quick rotate. If you can't make it to the top of the island to actually take advantage of the launch pad, no worry. You can just take the rifts instead. But when those aren't available, find yourself in a compromised position, just like Scare. Saw her get knocked immediately by Millie. Chloe trying to keep the dream alive right now. Nitro Splash gonna give her the option for a quick disengage. But you can see those rifts opening up. Other ladies dropping in from the skies above. It's gonna be difficult for Chloe to find any open space that she can work with when everyone else is getting ahead of her inside of the zone.
Yeah, and I mean, she could utilize the zip to go up, but she's just worried, hey, there might be teams set up there, and there are too. So, I mean, what do you do here if you're Chloe? Maybe try to make a play happen. I mean, you have 3 heals at least to work with. So, man, trouble in paradise for our free qualifier lobby number 1 team. They were 2nd place, but still, this is only map number 2. Mount Olympus, though. It is Shadows. Shadows, seriously, Cat, and Botley having an engagement looking on down the mountainside onto Loser Beam's squad again. But look at Loser Beam. She recovered her squad, Taco. And look at this in an engagement with K-Plant.
Yeah, but I don't think that this is the fight that Loser Beam wanted to take. You can see that surge damage being applied to them because of how long it took Loser Beam. She was so prioritized on just bringing her trio back into this one. They never had a chance to really establish any form of a surge strategy. And Botley, Shadow Slayer Cat, K-Plant, they are taking full advantage of it. Loser Beam, she might have escaped once, but 2 times around, it could be even more difficult still. She's basically going straight from the fire pan into the fire. It doesn't seem as though she's going to be able to find any sort of sanctuary further down the base of Mount Olympus, and this zone in particular is going to be a vicious one, Dream, because Mount Olympus, all of this change in elevation, it is brutal to try and navigate for teams that are already struggling as far as their material counts are concerned. If you aren't established on the high ground already, you're gonna have a really difficult time working your way up.
Oh yeah, that's tough too. Elevation, when that's on your, when that's against you, but when you're not set up, it's gonna make things difficult. But still, if there is a player to survive the longest when odds are all against you, it has to be Loser Beam, because that was insane. You saw that surge striking down, but to be able to recover that tackle, the good news is Loser Beam, obviously you just see right there in the elimination feed, does go down to the surge, but at least hitting and almost like going over top 25, right? Top 20, 22, 22nd place. That's at least still pretty good to get an extra couple of points in her favor. Not to mention if they've, you know, picked up a couple of nations on the way. But regardless, Mount Olympus action is going down. But look at where the zone pulled. It pulls away.
It's going to come towards the side of the mountain face here. Sep, Eternity, and Donzi. They've got a well-established territory, but they know there's another trio just above them. In fact, it might just be a duo. Nope, that's 3 players. Kay, Jade, and Kiana. Kay's name kind of just hiding there behind Jay's for a moment, but again, look at the very top of Mount Olympus currently. It's only a matter of time before JK and Kiana recognize the fact that they're gonna have to get a move on. But it really does all depend on whether or not they want to forfeit this current positioning, because they have the option currently. They can drop a little bit lower, or they could look to just try and secure some eliminations. I do think the points, teams are definitely going to start looking for picks at this point. And Sophia Mari smiling again, running it down. 14 eliminations already established here.
Oh, no.
Sophia unintentionally figures it out. She's going to have to build her way up instead. Can't make that jump for the mantle. But this could be a strong overtake. They play it right. Doesn't seem as though they've been spotted out just yet, but now finally they're going to give their position away. They want to get some shots in onto K. Let them know that at least as far as statue is concerned, this is going to be their grounds for the taking.
Yeah, what a good positioning. Like, before this all goes down, Taco, I'm gonna have to hydrate really quickly, take a sip of my chocolate milk, because I tell you what, the action over here on Mount Olympus. You see Sophia taking some pop shots into Rose Cruz, and Rose almost falls. But still, for Sophia, not gonna decide to overly engage, group up with her squad, and still there is the knock onto Rose as well. Does connect, so you see kind of just getting information to where all the squads are, which engagements do we take, but they don't have to worry about the surge as they are way above the damage threshold. And well, Sophia, Mari, and Smiley, I think this is a pretty good position for them to be in. As you see, they do have the highest ground, but there's another team getting struck down. I believe that's Rose's squad from the surge. And well, K-Plant seems to be in trouble too as well, as she is boxing her way out.
Some really strong height position. A lot of builds as well for Sophia, at least. Curious how much material Mari and Smiley have to offer. They don't even have to worry about getting chopped. In fact, they're just going to take the Nitro Splash. They're still making sure to secure that ultimate high ground compared to the rest of the lobby, but the main team to keep an eye out for is going to be some of those secondary height teams that could potentially look to punish Smiley and Mari one more time. You have to remember, they were going for those aggressive, suppressive peaks in that first lobby and ended up biting them in the butt. They got, or Smiley at least, got dropped incredibly low. And that kind of forced them to have to give up a little bit of that height advantage. So Food Babe, Miss Mari, DJ Lovely, good shots to the window peak. Doesn't seem as though Scars has any idea where exactly these shots are coming from just yet. Just doing their best to try and hold their walls. DMR might not have the highest fire rate, but if you just have 3 players consistently spraying your builds and applying that kind of pressure, it seems as though this mid ground is something that Food Babe and Miss Mary definitely want to make sure that they control.
Yeah, and what a great job too that they're doing. I feel like for this squad too, being we're currently as it may right now potentially about in 4th place, but coming from 8th place in their qualifier, they're doing pretty good right now. Just keep up that consistency. But for our team map 1 winners, look who has the high ground. It is in fact Sophie, Nerve, and Yanni. And well, for Jade, she's kind of in this middle ground position to where they don't have ammo. Jade does not have ammo to work with here, so they're kind of forced to have close range engagements. Kay, her teammate, does fall, so both Kiana Fit and Jade gonna try to figure out how to get out of this one. As you do see, Kiana, she's going to regroup with, and well, decide to box in. Kay's gonna have to just go bye-bye for now. But the problem here again, Taco, only close range engagements, no AR ammo for Jade.
At the same time, AR ammo probably not the concern here, but she is low on the Gatekeeper shotgun. At this point, though, with the way that players are just going to be running into everyone else's walls and boxes, not to mention, they just got to keep an eye out for Millie, Sophie, and Yanni, who are one more time controlling height as best as you can imagine, non-stop spraying the builds below. Not sure when exactly they overtook the high ground from Smiley and Mari, but the fact that they've accomplished it one more time. A lot of eliminations. Sophie dropping for the refresh. She wants more builds. Doesn't want to get caught out though. Knocked up from another player. Infused with that nitro. Something you have to be wary of whenever you're dropping for that material refresh. You don't want to get knocked too far away from your teammates. Unfortunate there for Sophie that she wasn't able to actually collect a refresh with a loot off the body, but jumped straight into a box of 3. Sophie just duking it out. So much damage immediately applied. Granted, she didn't find the notch elimination she wanted to, but she did enough. Millie able to pick up the pieces from this point on, and she still got Yanni to work with as well. With no one else even looking up at height, Kate Moores might have an opportunity, but it doesn't seem as though she's found her moment to try and break through.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate too, right? Running into a team of 3 that's stuck together, but at least, you know, for now, Millie and Yanni do have the highest ground positioning, and I think Mari just actually fell too as well. So kind of a weird situation. Smiley's gonna have to wrap around the mountain to see if she can maybe get positioning on the Millie, but you see Millie and Yanni yet again still having control over this side of the mountaintop. So as we go on in, this might be it. This is it for Smiley, I believe. Right, we're in a 2v1v1 math. You're not Yanni has control. I'm getting too excited.
Understandably so. Smiling, just trying to hold her own, but she knows it has to be the most perfect shot of her life. In this 1 versus 2 scenario, though, this should be Millie and Yanni all day long. They're not even worried about that other solo just yet. In fact, it's not going to be enough. Only so much to be done from that kind of position. And I like this split. Yanni and Millie, they just knew where they could direct their focus towards. Full control of the high ground nets them yet another victory royale. And look, Dream, I'm not going to say it just yet. Again, I don't want to think that we jinxed it as far as, maybe they took it personal, us saying, hey, I don't know if they'll get all 6 like what we saw in qual number 1, but this is extraordinarily reminiscent of that run that Moxie, Regs, and Daya had from the first Milk Cup qualifier.
It certainly is, because like I said, originally we saw for the longest it was Mari, Sophia, and Smiley just had that high ground position on the eastern side of Mount Olympus, and I'm like, whoa, how did this happen? Yanni, that's all I can say. Like, they're saving the city. I don't know what it is, even despite losing Sophie too. And all of that chaos to basically, they 2v3'd it. Amazing stuff coming from them. I don't want to say we jinxed it, but that's pretty crazy that we have 2 in a row now map winners.
Yeah, some really cool stuff soon to come, but for right now, we're going to take a moment to analyze everything that happened there in lobby number 2, and we'll be right back with the analysis of lobby 2 and game number 3, so stay tuned after the short break.
welcome back everyone once again to the Milk Cup featuring Fortnite, presented by Gonna Need Milk. The incredible people bringing all of this together, and my goodness, 2 games down. You know, Taco, in esports, everyone likes to talk about the caster curse, but rarely do they talk about the caster blessing, and I think you two may have bestowed that on our #1 team right now.
It is a possibility, but again, there was a brief interview that I was very fortunate to be a part of. Aussie Antics, actually, you know, he's doing a watch party for today's Milk Cup qualifier, as he's always a big spectator for a lot of these tournaments and events. I think it's awesome that he's giving coverage to the Women's Cup as well. But I think that hearing Moxie directly say earlier that like her favorite team as far as today was concerned, it was actually going to be Sophie's team with Millie and Yanni, and then watching them just back to back our first 2 lobbies with victory royales, it is definitely a pretty big indicator of the kind of skill level they are working with.
Yeah, that's such a good shout too. I mean, like they have to be proud for setting that bar high. But hey, I gotta give a shout out though to Rising and her squad, but at least Rising playing super confident, as we see on this map number 2. A lot of those teams playing, I feel like a little more aggressive this time around. Kelly, did you notice some differences, key differences between map number 1 and map number 2?
I mean, what I noticed primarily was how many eliminations Sophie, Millie, and Yanni had. If I'm not mistaken, they ended the game off with 15 eliminations. Oh, I think it might even be more now, and who's good at math, right? But that is what I want to see, Taco. I want to see the aggression. I want to see these teams that know that they have the game, and so they just go for it. However, there was a moment there when Sophie dropped down and ended up, you know, in a box of 3 other players, and she did get eliminated. At what point is too much aggression bad?
I mean, at the same time, though, I don't really fault Sophie Ann for going for such a, what looked to be an over-aggressive play. I think was extremely intentional. I don't think that she was just, you know, chancing happening to run into a box of 3. I think that her only focus at that point, she was just trying to do as much damage as possible. And she really caused a big disruption in that trio because they just had absolutely no idea. They never guessed that they were going to deal with a solo just bashing through their wall with the nitro infusion. And Sophie Ann, she just played that with so much confidence, and I definitely can respect a player that's kind of just trusting in her own mechanical fragging skill, that she can look to take that challenge. And granted, she didn't get an immediate knock or elimination onto any of those ladies inside of that box sheet challenge, but again, when you break shields on 2 separate players, you leave that team kind of in shambles, because it was at a point where the zone is moving, it's pulling away from you, and they didn't have an opportunity to heal, so they ended up dropping shortly after anyway.
Yeah, and that's crazy too, because originally, and you had called it, Taco, it looked like the zone was going to end like in Mount Olympus, right? Then the zone pulls to the east, which causes teams like Chaos, they have to re-scramble in position. And for the longest, it looked like Smiley, Sophia, and Mari had that position. But as you said, Sophie, that disruptive play caused chaos for them. And yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful play, just having like an entry player, maybe 2 anchor players sit back, but ultimately having that high ground, Yanni, Millie able to clean it up, and it was beautiful plays for that squad.
Well, we are getting ready for game number 3. Can anyone take down the Tyrannical Trio, or are they going to take their 3rd victory royale in a row? Well, we'll find out right now as we hop onto the battle bus.
Thanks so much, Kelly. This opening shot of the Nitrodrome. Keep in mind, Sophie M, Millie, Yanni, they're going to be a team that likes to drop just a little bit south of where the Nitrodrome is actually located. I'd say even a little bit more southwest. Brutal Beachhead has just been working out so consistently for Sophie Ann, Millie, and Yanni. And I think, if anything, they've got to be elated at the fact that they've already managed to secure 2 victory royales, regardless of how the rest of these lobbies shape up. Dream, I do think that they are in a very safe position to be considered one of our guaranteed top 11 teams.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, unless, which I highly doubt, unless they completely tank the rest, because I mean, underneath that, it is in second place Smiley, Sophia, and Mari at 145, and in third, K-Moore's and her squad at 128. So, I mean, I just have to shout out to you real quick because that loading into the map, even shout out to the production crew, Radiant, just for doing such an amazing job here today. But, man, setting the bar high, Taco, absolutely. 178 points is insane, but I think the competition still is going to heat up as we do enter this map number 3, but it's almost a halfway point. We're moving on through, Taco.
Yeah, I do think we have some pretty clear favorites as of right now, though. Aside from the immediate given of Team Sophia, Millie, and Yanni, you've also got Team Sophia, Smiley, and Mari. They're actually opting to drop much further north of Brutal Reachhead over at the Underworld. And then finally, K-Moors' team. Her squad has actually still been putting up numbers and holding down that third place position. They were initially second after that first lobby. They did get dropped one spot lower in the leaderboard, but if I know anything about K-Moors, Layla, and Scars, it's that they're probably going to look to come back with a little bit of a vengeance here in this halfway point. And this could also really be a big momentum swing for some of these other ladies that could be just outside of that top 11, because remember, 12th through 16th, you are still auto-qualified for the Milk Cup Qualifier 3 that's going to take place a little bit later on. And it's definitely a strong position to try and hold if you can't actually work your way into that top 11.
Yeah, and I mean, even just looking at the positions too, like even talking about K-Bear, Chloe team, Chloe's team, and Kay, like they were sitting, I believe that was what, 10th or 9th, and then Alarming Amber too in that 11th spot. So this, the cutoff for this is still quite close, I feel like, for those bubble teams. But for K-Moors though, I mean, yeah, as you said, like she could definitely do it. Even around the Grim Gate area, no, we know that Moxie, Regs, and Daya, they were consistently winning over here. But yeah, we were on a different patch. There's different instances, but still, if anyone can do it, K-Moors can. But over in Trouble in Paradise, over here at the Rebels Roost, seems like Blazy's resting her teammate. But what seemed to happen? Maybe Rose Cruz and Monty having a little bit of engagement here, but able to get away. Nothing to work with in terms of heals here, unless, well, can only imagine, I guess, Nerface is going to use what's left on herself. But Trouble in Paradise, only 12 on the ammo on the SMG here to work with, and no builds.
Yeah, Harbinger SMG, not exactly, especially a gray one at that, not your optimal engagement position by any means. And even with the successful revive, right now the intent should surely be a lot more catered towards just escaping this current position. Rose and Mani still currently trying to see if they can find an opportunity here to strike, but no. Instead, they're just gonna keep trying to loot out mansion here at Rebels Roost. Surprised maybe at the fact that the disengage was maybe not as immediate as they would have initially expected, but even despite only being a duo, they just had the initial jump onto Monty Rose and Blase and Nerface. And yeah, I think that maybe we see Blase, Nerface, and Nudie maybe try to work their way back in, but as of right now, a bit more of a slow play engagement, if anything.
Cautious, try to play at least for some placement points, but yeah, difficult indeed. But maybe recovery, maybe taking too long for some type of play to happen. Rose is gonna figure out how to position. Manny using some Flowberry Fizz to recover a little bit, but still can't take too long as Rose is up top and Manny's going to still continue on not to engage. But for Nerface, and maybe the recovery is in, but maybe not. Rose Cruz knocks Blazy and now might have the advantage here. Oh no, Nerface is gonna try to reposition, but Rose tried to come out on top of the 1v2, gets knocked, but Fermani is able to get clean up eliminations here, and Rose does get rezzed on end. So for that engagement, Taco seems to be one, but for Nerface, I mean, you almost imagine they could have had that, especially being in a numbers position, like where they were in a 2v3.
Not
3v2.
with the way everyone was focused in the same direction. It's like no one was ever even imagining in their wildest dreams that there could be a flank opportunity there. So excellently played by Monty and Rose, despite not having the third piece of their trio, Athen, in the match with them. It didn't matter because they still closed out that circumstance despite all odds being against them. I initially thought that their starting point of hesitation and not pushing Blase when she was going for that first revive onto duty was going to work against them, but it seems as though they knew better than me just how to actually tackle that engagement, because the fact that they still managed to outwit and outplay at the end of it all, yeah, that's a tough loss for Blase, Nerface, and Nudie to take, and they're just going to have to opt for lobby number 4 to see if they can get that immediate head-to-head to go more in their favor next time.
Unfortunate situation and maybe too much hesitation, but for Maddie, there's no hesitation over here as you see it. Who is that pushing? It is, in fact, I believe Smiley Mari and AFK, and you see right now Maddie might have the position, but Sparkles does fall. Tries to get away, and for AFK, she does fall too as well. So those nitro splashes coming in hand, and maybe the underworld dash Maddie's gonna have to utilize to get away. But just a similar situation, Taco, here that we had with loser beam map number 2. You might be able to recover, but can you go back and get those reboot cards? As well, Smiley's team has complete control over where her teammates were.
Yeah, Maddie doesn't even have any build. She's forced to just try and farm whatever wood she can find, and if she's not careful, Mari, Smiley, Sophia, they might just choose to pressure even further, but as of right now, they seem content to kind of just sit tight at the other windmill, but that is a tough break, though, for Maddie's trio regardless, because Sparkles and AFK, you definitely expect a little bit more of a fight back, so that leads me to believe that might have just been more of an ambush situation that was just well played by the other ladies. And again, never know where the action might take place this early on. Keep in mind, Forecast Towers, I think probably one of the more popular areas of contention for whichever ones spawned in this match. Coming out of restored reels, seems as though things are relatively quiet for right now. But again, things could be heating up here in the desert area one more time. Checking in at Brutal Beachhead, but it's not with who you'd expect it to be. Sophia and Miliani, they've already moved off from this POI starting point. It's going to be Amber, Blorina, and Rin looking to just scavenge whatever's been left over here. Nuka-Cola is a nice find, though. That's going to get Amber back to being full 200 as far as her HP is concerned. But she's kind of just taking her time, sort of scouting more towards that Sandy Steps area. Could even opt to use this Flaming Boost Hoop if she wants to get that stimmy of Nitro going. Just a quick and easy rotate.
Yeah, and then she wouldn't have to use that splash, of course. But for Amber and her squad too as well, I believe, yeah, they were sitting at 11th, so getting about an average placement of 8th. They definitely need to do better here on this map. But for Yanni, for our double map winners here, going for the 3rd, looking pretty good here as they have 5 eliminations. You do have plenty of resources, a mythic weapon there. You got the mythic shot, pump. That's a pump shotgun, and well,
it's gonna be
I don't know if we jinxed it or not,
mythic
but
combat.
Mythic combat. There you go. All the different ones. The gatekeeper, mythic pump. All we know is that they're loaded, Taco, and we may have cursed it, because getting set up and maybe potentially having a map number 3 would be huge for them, but huge for Donzi right now is having the position over here and does take down Els.
Yeah, but Donzi, she's got that machinist medallion in her loadout currently. That's why you saw the shield ticking back up to 75. Probably going to end up exchanging it over to Sep. who's going to opt for a small shield potion, but again, the Machinist Mythic Combat Assault Rifle, it can apply so much pressure, and the accuracy as well that Sep is putting it to its full utility at this point. Els, Arising, and Haley, we saw them kind of leading the charge in the last lobby, but taking more of an aggressive stance, going for those quick eliminations, but now they are forced into a full retreat here. Sep not trying to let them get away for free, though. Some nice tags going to connect. Could even opt to chase this one down with the launch pad, but instead, they might even look to take it slow, have to remember what's above. That launch pad having been blocked off earlier on, but they're just happy with the surge strategy damage that they were able to get online, so they're going to prioritize just keeping their rotation as smooth as possible.
Yeah, and most definitely. And I mean, having the mythic weapons too is just such a great advantage. I mean, just the damage that you can put into structures and obviously to players, but that reload time, I feel like, I mean, if you have that obviously paired up, 2.6 on that is just so quick, and for those late game scenarios, super advantageous. But can you take down Team Sophie? Because at this point, I mean, do you think teams might start to switch up strategies, maybe to target top teams? Like, is that a common thing that you see, would you say, quite often? Is like, hey, we know this team's at the top, maybe we decide to push them and contest them, but do you think that might be the case here, Taco?
That would lean a little bit more towards like a Grief strategy, if anything, but at the same time, I think a trio like Sophie M, Millie, and Yanni, they would be more than welcoming to that sort of exchange from any of these other teams in the lobby, because with the way that they're fighting, honestly, Dream, they are just looking like strong fraggers in their own rights. And if anybody wants to try and challenge what's looking to be the best team competing in this second qualifier, I think that they are more than welcoming to it, because it could potentially just net them more eliminations.
Yeah, and that's like kind of for sure, the name of the game. I mean, we were kind of talking about that. Will eliminations matter more? Will placements matter more? And for some of these squads, we do notice, at least compared to the qualifier number one, placements were important, as some teams even got the 4th, 5th place spot with 14 eliminations. But just placing high consistently is what we're going to be looking for some of these squads. Is, I mean, even for, like, you look at Ms. Mary and her squad, DJ Lovely, I think they got like what, in the qualifier they didn't place as high. I think it was like what, 8th or something like that, but right now sitting in 4th, looking pretty good. So as long as they keep that up, even with 11 eliminations, right, lavishly, her squad too, 10 eliminations but sitting in 5th, I mean, that's still really good. Just pace yourself throughout the tournament, and that's kind of what we need to see here too as well from Chloe Ames, is being one of those teams too that was shockingly closer on the lower half of the leaderboard, as well. Maybe predicted to be a little bit higher in the standings, but this is map 3 only. We still have quite a little bit of ways to go, and the standings could shake up, but we'll see. We're going to see the squad rotate over into Mount Olympus, and we do know that there are, looks to see 2 teams here, maybe a solo as well as a trio, or maybe a duo, but for K-Bear and her squad, they just don't really need to be too overly aggressive. Maybe get some information here, but they are good to be set up inside the zone here at Mount Olympus. And they have elevation.
I want to see them get more aggressive. This is a team that is definitely competent. Scare is a very solid player when it comes to winning her ones, and so they've already got 4 eliminations. They're likely looking pretty strong as far as their surge is concerned, but the main reason why I want to see them maybe take it to the next level is because coming into this lobby, they were sitting in that 10th place position on the leaderboard. They only have 55 points. They're currently tied even in 9th place there. It's going to be Toxic Cat, Nat, and our Dupe, who also have 55 points. But again, if they really want to break in to that top 5 of the leaderboard, they're going to have to double their points and at a rapid rate. And really what's seemingly been the hardest part for them is just smoothing out their mid to late game transition. They have not been making it very strongly into those late game situations, and all we really need to see them do is convert one ending zone basically into something more their favor, because as far as I'm concerned, every time we've seen them, they just have not been able to really lock down those placement points that you would want as far as the higher end is concerned.
Oh yeah, and that's such a good shout. Like, convert one ending zone, and for some of these squads, I mean, that seems to be the case. And as you'd mentioned, I mean, being tied in with Nat and Toxic Cat, like, yeah, that is their tides. I mean, even that's the case for them too, right? Like, maybe just one good ending zone to put yourself up in, but still have to be able to hold position, maintain your spot. But for some of these teams, that 55-point deficit, even from first, which again, squads and the teams are playing. This is a qualifier, but they still are playing for $25,000 here today. So the top 11 teams will still have a prize pool. 7th through 11th is $1K, and then that first place spot is $7,500. So keep in mind, whoever wins today, it does walk home with a little cash and bragging rights in their pocket.
Seems to be the intention for Smiley, Mari, and Sophia, but this is 3 for 3 currently as far as challenging the top of Rift Island is concerned. And what's interesting to me is that no one else has seemingly tried to take Rift Island from them. It's like all these other ladies are content to let Smiley, Mari, and Sophia have free reign here on the high ground. And with that being the case, it's no surprise to me that they are nearly 1,500 damage above the damage threshold. Their main concern has been, when it comes to those end games, they just keep going for height. Potentially 1 or 2 zones too early. We've seen them a lot of times, 7th zone, 8th zone, trying to control that high ground feature, and I definitely understand it. I think that that is a very valid point in the game to try and challenge, but with this season and the way that Nitro works in general, and more importantly, the Nitro splashes that so many of these other ladies tend to be carrying by then, it is difficult to try and maintain height without having someone kind of just assault you from out of nowhere, because it's hard to tell which direction a Nitro-infused team is going to be running at you from.
That's such a good shout. Like, I literally was thinking that, like, right, like, with the Nitro Splash, it's almost as if you have to send a player out there, just as we saw Sophie do, for some type of distraction and repositioning. Because with the Nitro Splash, yes, like, it's hard to get set up if you have someone just breaking through structures and disrupting you. But speaking of disruption here, I believe Leah in the storm trying to rotate in, meow, holding her out, but they do lose Lavish Lily in the process. Those 2 limbs to their name, and, well, repositioning right underneath Rift Island. They do have to worry about some squads above, but regardless, at least they are together, so no separation there. And, well, we do see K Morris too, 852 above the damage threshold, looking to rotate in on the north side of zone here. But you see so many teams, and oh no, K-More is falling off the mountain trying to rotate in, but still, it's okay. No panic, still has plenty of heals, plenty of things to work with, but can't get too separated from her squad.
She lost her dashes though in that exchange. You want to try and hold on to those underworld dash charges as long as possible, because they're not going to find the River of Styx anytime soon. Layla still has exactly 1 to work with, but K-More's maybe a little bit depressed at the fact that she just lost that dash for free, essentially. It can be such an important tool for protecting your material count, because if you're able to just dash forward along with that Nitro Splash, you don't have to use as much material building. The intent right now, though, seems to just be box, crank up. Layla and K-Morse trying to do what they can to ensure that nobody else is following too closely behind them. They do seem to have a bit of established turf here, just south of a weapons bunker as well. This could be a good position for them to maybe look to take advantage of some of that congestion that was pulling a little bit more towards that north side. But other teams, their intent is just to get a move on. They don't want to stick around for too long. This is dangerous territory, because if you are just... timing is important, but if you're too late to rotate towards that next edge of zone, you're going to find yourself getting lit up by the entire lobby.
Yeah, as you'd mentioned, it's such an open lobby. It's like you have to, high risk, high reward. No, just reposition, get safe. As the zone pulls south of red line, you do see Dia trying to like get out of dodge here, but it's going to use a Nitro Splash, speed up the process, but not before she loses 2 of her teammates. So, I mean, here being 97 below the damage threshold, a little bit of a trouble. Does lose her teammates, and now taking pop shots in from the top, and might get overwhelmed here, but might have to be forced to fight. But at least no one does pushes for now. But yeah, Taco, that storm is closing. The damage threshold is going to be a problem. But for teams, you do see Sophie having the high ground, favoring in position. And for Dia, sees everyone around her. Gonna try to have to get some damage in because 80 below now. And that surge is not stopping in. So does get a couple of shots, do connect, being right dead center in zone. Maybe here Taco gets some more damage in, but you gotta go fast. This is almost nerve-wracking. What do?
She doesn't really have many options. She's at least got 1 med kick. She could look to try and play a replacement, but those shots and her failure to connect, she's drawn too much attention from elsewhere. Gonna be forced to ramp and wall that off, expending some of the last of her hard material. So it's gonna be a charge in forward. She saw players under duress, just a little bit north of her position. She's trying to close in on him. Big shots here onto Meow. That's going to be the knock that she needs. An elimination conversion could not have come at a better time and place, but she's still 52 below the damage threshold. Even with those 2 fresh eliminations, it simply was too little too late. And now she's just a victim of the rest of the lobby if she gets gobbled up by Blurina and co. Amber, Rin, probably happy about that fresh refresh just delivered right to their doorstep. They're making sure to move in sync with each other, trying to stay ahead of the rest of the pack. Don't want to get too caught out in that backside of the zone. You can see some of the stragglers from behind. Hannah, as a solo, you're kind of forced to operate from that further backside of the zone. Just hope that nobody else notices you. 285 above, though, for Blurina, and just navigating her way through what seems to be the closest to secondary hype for the time being. No one having really had a solid chance to look up to see who's controlling the high ground. If I had to take a guess, I'd assume it might look like Sophia, Mari, and Smiley up top currently. But keep in mind, Sophia, Millie, Yanni, they're another team that likes to make plays for the high ground, although it might be a couple zones too early for them to be trying to overtake height.
Yeah, most definitely those Nitro Splashes and anyone busting through those structures. But for Darina, that was a very important elimination as they were close to being underneath that threshold, but finding some luck here. You do see, though, this time, yeah, on the other side there, it is Sophie. They are still up, but Arising seems to be having the high ground now in her squad, and we saw how aggressive Arising was playing, confident in her play, but Haley going down to 52 now, has to drop down and now playing more of like a mid-ground position. Has to worry about Aging Nicole on the other side, but Aya Pixie does take down Haley, and well, for Els and Arising, they're still up right now, but still deciding to heal. Got a couple of shields to work with. It's going to take you down to 1 shield potion, and yeah, this is going to be tough.
I get wanting to go for height, but when your materials are as thin as what we saw Els, Haley, and Arising operating with, it's no surprise that they were immediately thwarted from the high ground. And now Sofiane, Millie, Yanni, we see them sitting high above the rest of the lobby, spraying down. K-Bear trying to do what she can. She's got players on her wall, players destroying the cones above her. All of her hard mats practically down to her last couple of builds, essentially. Once the wood starts getting busted out, that's when you know that a player is really in dire straits. But again, she's trying to do what she can. She's playing the medkit for placements at this point. Chloe can take that Nitro Splash, the Nitro Infusion, tries to charge towards the low ground front side of zone, but so much pressure just funneling in from behind her. She's just scattered in every which way. Doesn't exactly know which direction she should even be checking for currently, because she's having to operate as a solo, just hoping she can clutch 1 or 2 more placements Every little bit counts at this point. Meanwhile, Mari and Smiley, they've actually managed to work their way up to the high ground. It's a shock to see Yanni, Millie, and Sofiane actually forfeit it, but they're still willing to take their bet. They still think that they can make this work from the ultimate low ground. Gazing Nicole gonna survive for the moment because Yanni having to go for the reload, but she knows there's a player still behind her. It's looking like a solo. Could be a prime opportunity for her to completely take advantage of.
Yeah, and I mean, they must know something that we don't because, look, they are ready for this win, maybe potentially going for a third win. Takes down another one, and look at, you see the repositioning, trying to get around up top, or at least in the middle ground here, but Yanni still getting separated a little bit from her teammates, is gonna build a little bit away wood, but you see the zone pulling away. The zone actually in their favor, but for Mari, Sophie, and Smiley, they do have the high ground, and you see them with the thermal AR looking down. Yanni goes almost gets knocked, but still able to recover a little bit. But look at this, between the first and second place team, Taco.
They don't have enough.
Can they get away?
No, Mari, she doesn't have any build. She has 1 build left. Sophia, 0 builds left. It all comes down to the material count at this point. We saw Smiley trying to play Disruptor. Sofiane bites off maybe a little bit more than she can chew, but this is going to be an outright skirmish. Ultimate low versus ultimate high, but it's going to be Sophia, Mari, Smiley. They're going to be the first ones to drop here. Sofiane going to get knocked. A return fire, though, onto the other Sophia. It's now all up to Mari and Smiley to see if they can strip away a third win from Sofiane's trio. Yanni and Millie breaking through these builds. The Nitro Splash has been expended. Mari only has this Gatekeeper shotgun to work with. These 3 shots have to be the 3 best yet. Pre-existing builds posing such a huge problem currently. Smiley does have 6 builds left to work with. She can't afford another tick of Storm, though. And Mari as well, trying to make sure to get some neat, beautiful knock. The dash is just too problematic here. The slide, disgusting work there onto Millie. And Mari and Smiley, they have done it. Millie was the last standing member of Sofiane's trio. And the Nitro Splash was just too problematic. But no, it's Yanni hiding out in the storm with the medkit. I thought for sure that it was going to be Sophia's team that came out on top. I should have known that Yanni was just hiding off in the distance there with those white heels. A complete bamboozle. And man, Millie did everything that she needed to. She was just playing that detour back there. She was just trying to play a decoy the whole time.
That was absolutely insane. And you're right, like for a second too, because for the longest Smiley and them had the high ground, and we were like, okay, they got to know something because they're favoring the low position. But for Yanni to go off, split off, and just to create that diversion, it's almost what happened similar to the map number 2. But that was Sophie that fell, right, busting through structures. So my God, these late game 2v1s or excuse me 2v3s where they're just splitting off and just making these big brain plays, Taco, absolutely insane. Like I definitely got bamboozled. I'm sure you all did.
Yeah, I know Team Sophiane's got to be feeling really good about that one, though. I mean, they're 3 for 3 currently, Dreeb. This could potentially be our trio that tries to make another challenge for that perfect run in this Gonna Need Milk Cup qualifier number 2. But more on that a little bit later on. For right now, we're going to have to cut to a short break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Milk Cup Qualifier 2, or maybe we should call it the Sofiane, Yanni, and Millie Cup, because my goodness, three-peat once again. They grabbed the Victory Royale, and that is 3 for 3 right now, Taco. Can they be stopped?
At this point, I'm starting to think no, Kelly, because the best shot that we've seen at a team shutting them down so far was Smiley, Mari, and Sophia at the end there. But again, I might need to get my boomer vision checked out here, Kelly, because Yanni just so stealthy, so slick with it. Nobody knew where she was at with that med kit, myself included.
Yeah, and you know, it's crazy because the energy that Yanni had coming into this, like, kept saying we're confident, we're saving the city. Like, they keep saying we're saving the city, and I mean, she's saving the plays, because that was insane. Completely bamboozled us all. But yeah, first place, second place team going in, that was absolutely crazy. And you just love to see it too, because this was one of the teams coming into this that had made a change up, right? Sophie played with K-Moore's and Chloe's previously, and then makes this roster change, and now they are like Moxie and Regs and Dia. Like, they're amazing stuff. I'm just jaw dropped at we're seeing this yet again.
Yeah, and you just saying that just makes me even more excited for the LAN event that we have coming up later this year, with all these incredible trios competing, full of so many great competitors. And one of those great competitors, we want to take a look into her setup real quick. Let's see what Mini Michaela has to say.
Hi guys, my name is Mini Michaela, and I recently just got 8th in the Milk Cup Major 1 finals with my teammates Sarler and Melanitra, and this is my setup tour. So you think I'm going to go into detail about my PC specs, my monitors, all that good stuff, but what makes my setup is definitely the shades of pink in my room and all the cute little girly stuff. So for the shades of pink, we have the pink mouse pad from Mousepad Company, my pink Logitech mouse, pink HyperX Quadcast, pink lighting, pink and-a-seat chair, and my pink paintings. Although the pink in my room is iconic, I think what really staples this as Mini Michaela's room would definitely be the squishmallows everywhere. Before I moved here to Dallas, I used to live in California, and my old room back at home used to have so many squishmallows. I'm talking the bed, the shelves, the floor, the desk, literally everywhere. So the input I use is a controller, and I use an Xbox Fusion Pro controller with paddles. Thanks for watching my setup tour, and good luck to all the ladies in the Milk Cup qualifiers.
A big thank you to Mini Michaela showing off her setup there. So much pink. I was actually looking around my room to see if I could find anything pink to show off, and it's all just black. That's the entire room is what I have there. That would be my design choice. But of course, hiring from our players is one of our best things, and we're going to be hearing from the Peach Cobbler. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Milk Cup, Peach. And I mean, my first question to you is what is it like being a face for such an incredible event like the Milk Cup?
Oh my gosh, I don't think words can describe it. I feel very humbled and just like an honor to be a part of this, because I too am a player and just like a small pawn in this massive game and this, you know, industry, and to be selected to be a voice for all of the women out there is just, it's huge. A big honor.
Yeah, you're definitely a legend within your own right, that's for sure, Peach. Everybody knows the kind of impact that you've had, not just for a lot of the ladies throughout the Fortnite scene, but I mean, you're always trying to get everyone involved, right? Throwing a lot of third-party competitions yourself, so that's really cool to see. But as far as my question is concerned to you, is this current qualifier going the way that you would have anticipated it? Like, was Sofiane also like your leading team?
Honestly, it's kind of been like up in the air. I love Sophie. I've played with her before in the past too. She's an incredible player. She has great mechanics. So I definitely saw her being in the top teams that were qualifying. But I definitely thought I would see our dupe at least in the top 3. Her team is incredible, and I've watched them do so many scrims, as well as Maddie and F. Like, I'm surprised that they're not up there, and it's just been so rough for some of them, just off spawn and trying to get away and then going back and rebooting their cards or collecting. It's been crazy, and I think those nitro splashes have kind of just turned everyone into aggressive players, Whereas like it's harder to get ahead of the game, like, you know, zone and positioning, because you're just either being like shot at or barreled into your box, or your rotation is kind of, you know, it's so different when you have someone charging at you with nitro splashes. So I honestly think it just keeps getting switched up, and I know that Sophie and them have a massive lead, but I do think that the way that this new meta is, like, we could potentially see some uproar. I don't know if they're going to be completely uproared, but who knows? There's some great teams in here.
I love that. Like, it really is. And I mean, Peach, I mean, kind of like leading into what Taco said, just with this overall, and like the fact that, you know, when I first met you, were just starting to host tournaments. Like, did you think it would even turn into this?
No, and I love that you're saying that, because I saw, you know, Gonna Need Milk doing incredible things, and I brought an idea to them, and they took it and went above and beyond. Like, Irina has given us an incredible opportunity with the EFUs in all those tournaments, and this is kind of a replication of that, but something completely different in its own, in terms of like the different qualifiers allowing for so many women to get in, girls that don't have a following, girls that are just starting out, or girls that have been grinding for such a long time. Like, to watch this unfold the way that it has just continuously built my hype for the women in gaming in general. It's just awesome.
Just to add to that, I mean, I was just, sorry, Kelly. I was gonna say, like, as you said, a long time, I've been a part of the esports for a long time. Just thank you so much for doing this, because this is the first time, again, as I said, this is the first time I've ever seen a women's LAN this big.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Gonna Need Milk, for listening. Like,
Yes.
they really made this come to life, and I'm incredible. Like, even you ladies, having you guys all together, like, this is such a power trio as it is, and just to watch them continuously come out with incredible plays like this, it's awesome.
Nah, this is for gassing you up, Peach. Don't
Yeah.
worry about us, but thank you for real. That means a lot.
But I love that you're bringing up that this is something that we've never seen before, and this is just the start, right? We still have one more qualifier, and then the first ever all women's LAN in-person event. How are you feeling about that? How excited are you to be there?
I'm actually so nervous. Even though I'm not competing, I'm just so hyped for these women, because, like, I know how it feels to be playing in a tournament with this prize pool, but to be on stage is a completely different feeling. Like, to have that opportunity is just, it's a once in a lifetime thing. And I'm really excited to meet these women and hug them and cheer them on, probably cry for them too, because again, this is just such a monumental opportunity.
Thank you so much for joining us here, Peach Cobbler, and for being a part of this, for reaching out to Gonna Need Milk and having the Milk Cup come to fruition, because this wouldn't be possible without you. So before we send you off, where can people find you online, real quick?
Ooh, let's see. You can find me pretty much any social is the Peach Cobbler, except for Twitter is thy Peach Cobbler, because somebody has that, but you know, any of those will do.
Thank you so much, Peach, and I'm sure we'll see you for the next qualifier. But for right now, we're going to be heading back to the three of us, because if I'm not mistaken, we actually have another game to go. So, Dream, Best Taco, I'll let you guys take it away.
Appreciate it, Kelly. Yeah, I mean, this has just been an awesome experience so far, Dream. I'm honestly always thrilled to get to hear from Peach Cobbler herself. And in all honesty, it's just how humble she really is at the end of the day, because she really has done so much for the ladies in the Fortnite space, especially with combining Irina EFUs all alongside of Gonna Need Milk, and just making sure that this kind of opportunity can be presented to everybody.
Oh, I had to start hydrating, and so like, yes, you're right. Like, I almost started tearing up, because when Peach started talking about women being on that stage and what it means to them, for some that have been playing for a long time that didn't have these opportunities, let's say even 10 years ago, 8 years ago, you know, I literally started tearing up, because that is the case. This means so much to them, but being in a LAN setting is, you know, it can be a little nerve-wracking, but also being on that stage, all of that hit the feels, because that has been a dream for some of these women, literally. So just shout out again to Gonna Need Milk, to Radiant, to Irina, to Peach, just for throwing this event together. As well, we, again, potentially might see all 6 map winner. I don't know, but this is only qualifier 2, Taco. We still got one more to go and a big land to come, but 11 teams today will secure their spot into that land final where there's 11 teams waiting. But Mount Olympus looks very pretty. Maybe we'll go for a swim, but imagine all of that being chocolate milk. Oof, I need to hydrate.
Yeah, that's for sure. But I think honing in, we've put a lot of emphasis onto Sophie and Millie and Yanni, and for good reason, right? Especially with such a dominating performance to start things off in the first half, those first 3 matches being all theirs for victory royales. They lead the way pretty heavily in the leaderboard currently as well. 279 points. Second place going to be Team Smiley, Sophia, and Mari, and they have 217 points. So a 62-point disparity between our first and second place team. And with the way, though, that we saw Mari, Smiley, Sophia kind of closing in on a potential victory royale in that third lobby, I wouldn't be too shocked to see them maybe be able to finally convert an endgame into a victory royale of their own. But until then, some of these ladies that are more right on the fringe of that top 11, the cutoff point currently being Team Rylan, Gazy Nicole, and Aya Pixie. They are currently just 4 points ahead of 12th place heading into this fourth lobby, and this is where I'd really expect everybody to kind of hit that lock-in moment. You can't let any of the mental fatigue break you down at this point. You've got to ensure that you are closing out these final lobbies in the best way possible to maintain that top 11 position.
That's such a good shout too, because keep in mind 12th through 16th they do get an opportunity to play in the qualifier number 3, but another squad that I'm looking at that I'm kind of surprised with right now, it's Maddie, AFK, and Sparkles, right, sitting in that 21st spot. So kind of getting that average placement of 21, only 1 elimination per match. I mean, yeah, unfortunate situations, but for a squad that I personally have seen dominate in like previous WOTE events, this is a little bit shocking for me. So maybe just to get they got to get something on the board, have one really good map. That's what you said, right? Some of these teams need to convert at least one good map to make a difference in the standings, or at least secure top 11 or get close to it. But from at least Maddie, AFK, and Sparkle's position, 22 points. They gotta get at least to 90, so much needed win here for them.
I think Peach said it best during her interview, where Nitro just adds such a I don't want to call it unstable necessarily, but it definitely adds a lot of uncertainty in terms of just how feasible your rotations are going to be, how well those engagements with your initial box fights are actually going to go, whether or not they even go in your favor to begin with. That's where I think teams like Maddie and Sparkles and AFK, where you maybe anticipate them to be having a slightly stronger performance, they get a little bit more of that shock factor experience, because it is incredibly difficult to try and prevent yourself from being taken out by players just running through your boxes with that Nitro infusion off the Nitro Splash.
Yeah, and again, if you pair that up too with the medallion, like just having that infinitely is just insane. But a lot of those positions being, you could, like you said, use to rotate quickly. Having the mobility is very, very key. But strategies in these end games, I would like to see these teams maybe play like, not play like Sophie and her squad. That's going to be very hard. But in terms of the synergy that they have, right? Like sending players out, maybe having a dedicated IGL to direct a little bit better. But their strategies just seem so perfect and pristine in those late game scenarios that just really would like to see these teams play a little bit more confident, as, like that Rose situation where we saw maybe playing a little bit too passive. But as we're entering this map number 4, definitely got to play confident. And, well, from above, you see Hannah and her squad down low. Not in a favorable position, but at least for Iris, Mia, and her squad. Cash, Bells, Eris. They do have the high ground over here at Nitrodome, but there's another team, too, on that western side that seems to be pulling away. Both teams not really being too aggressive here.
Can't really afford to be that aggressive when there's, what, 4, 5 separate teams local to this position here at the Nitrodrome. Kind of want to try and take it slow. Aris, Bells, Mia, they've got the right intent. Trying to leverage using these metal roofs, that natural terrain to their advantage, but at the same time, you hang out too long, too exposed. That's why we see them opting to expend some of these shield bubbles. They want to make sure that they're protected while trying to spray down onto Hannah's trio, because if they go for these over peaks without that protection of the shield bubble, they can't really keep standing on top of the rooftops without eating some return fire. That seems to be the main thing they're kind of staying wary of. Audio cues can be really difficult to pick up here, though. Like, sure, you might get the visual cue if you have that setting turned on, which I'm sure all of these ladies are utilizing, but at the same time, it is just so loud here in the Nitrodrome. So many little distractions that could come into effect here.
Oh, that's so funny that you say that, because I literally was playing the other day with my friend and we're like, hey, I can't hear you. You want to rotate out? I'm like, yeah, sounds good. Let's go. Like, it is absolutely loud at the Nitrodrome, but high risk, high reward. It's at least fun. You at least get some type of fun over here.
Depends on your definition of fun, because constantly being harassed by more than one team when you're just trying to hold the position, I don't think that that's my ideal scenario for fun personally, but it's a circumstance that Hannah is surely trying to navigate her team away from. Finally, they're going to break free from being directly underneath where Mia, Aris, and Bells were positioned, but these ladies, they're not willing to give this up. They want this fight. They need this surge. They're trying to get their surge strategy mapped out early on. If they're not careful, though, they might just run directly into Maddie, Sparkles, and AFK, and that could put everything to a halt. But again, Mia gets a good opening shot with that combat shotgun, trying to close the gap. Overhead, just misses. Only needs one more to connect. Big body tag so far. Ify gonna be the first one to get knocked in this circumstance. And that's gonna put Bells one more time in the driver's seat. Aris, though, so much pressure coming from that third party. Maddie, Sparkles, AFK. They caught wind of what was going down just north of the Nitrodrome. But there will be a slight pause here, a moment of recovery. But for how long realistically? Because Maddie, she's trying to close the gap.
Yeah, and I believe that was Amber and her squad close by too as well. And if I'm not mistaken, repositioning for Maddie too, as well as the team that's rotating into Nitrodrome. Deciding to back down, though. You do see Maddie has one underworld dash to deal with here too, but maybe not decide to be too overly aggressive. No need. Did pick up a couple eliminations, so for AFK she does have 2. And again, for this squad sitting in 21st, surprising. It does come as a surprise, but one good map. This map number 4. If anyone can do it, we know Maddie has the experience. And well, for another team, it does seem, I believe that is Aya Pixie. And there's Nicole too. So on that high ground on top of the mountain, you do see one player there, but we'll see what happens with them as we're going to switch on board with our second place team. It is Mari Smiley out in the open here by the Reckless Railways. We do have about 4 squads for Eternity here. Gonna try to reposition inside with Reckless Railways and a couple of people behind her. That is Smiley going in for the aggression, but Eternity not gonna decide to back down. Does fall though. And for Sepp and Donzi, they're gonna have to rotate out. You see this zone is pulling away.
Oh, they're not gonna give this up.
Into a team, yeah.
They know exactly. They can see that medallion circle surrounding Sepp right now. She's trying to escape. She doesn't care how many nitro splashes she's gonna have to use. She might get bailed out by a third or fourth party circumstance here, but at the same time, Smiley seemed intent on chasing this one down alongside Sophia and Mari, because they want that machinist medallion. They want that mythic combat assault rifle. it would only add to the array in their arsenal currently, but just spotting out a couple more teams. Smiley's actually going to wait for the rest of her trio to catch up before she presses forward. Again, keep in mind, whenever you have one of those medallions, you are marked. And with that in mind, Seb, she's got her work cut out for her, because it's very likely that some of these other teams that she ran towards for a bit of a safety zone away from Smiley and Sophie who were chasing her, they might decide, hey, if this is a medallion player and they're a solo, why not just take it for ourselves?
Yeah, absolutely. And whoa, we have about 5 teams over here on the eastern side, northeastern side of Reckless Railways. And I mean, you got a couple of teams too in the south with Amari pushing in aggressive on a Rising here. Rising does fall, but this is good for them as they're going to retake this position. Hopefully, Els is going to be forced to push away. And oh, Mari getting tagged up for the other squad on the other side. I believe that was Dea. So another squad set up. Mari's going to heal up with the Flowberry, but not to worry. Just picking up a couple of eliminations there, 4 to their name. And they have, they took over the positioning essentially, so.
Yeah, that's such a big blow as well to Haley and Arising. Els definitely being their primary fragger of that trio. So the fact that she has been eliminated kind of leaves them in a very precarious position. They know that trying to challenge that 2 versus 3 circumstance is not going to be an easy feat by any means. Which is why we see them kind of sitting tight for the time being. Mari, Smiley, and Sophia, though, they are on the move. They are not hesitating even a little bit. Just immediately breaking through an old, tiny surge base that had been established. They're really just waiting for Rift Island to come into effect.
Yeah, taking over control of that. And I mean, we've seen them almost there every single map. They were there. They had control map number 1, 2 as well, so it doesn't surprise if they do, but hopping on board with Miss Saray here on the northeastern side of Grimgate. There's a couple of teams north too also rotating in, but deciding to pick up some underworld dashes maybe. You see CVS down there too. Can't get too separated, but yeah, this is kind of an open area. Builds need to go out here as maybe you're gonna decide to hop into the flaming hoop as you get some nitro boost, but where to go? What to do? Rotate will be the name of the game here, but hopping on board with K-Wars. Again, one of those squads that 3rd place right now, 182 points, sitting pretty good to qualify in that top 11 spot, so keep coasting. Not too bad here, no eliminations, but problem is here, Taco, maybe not a lot of ammo. Maybe at some point gonna have to give up this position, but still some builds to work with.
At Grimgate, though, might not be that difficult for Kay Morris to actually refarm the ammunition she needs to have a little bit more of an effective mid to late game. But again, this is one of our teams that has consistently made it into the end game, so realistically speaking, they've definitely got a strategy that has been working out for them. And that's really what it's all about, is being able to replicate your methods of success. Saw that elimination feed lighting up earlier, though, with Mari and Smiley leading the charge. They found Lisby Tweakin's trio. Saw at least 2 members knocked from that trio and eliminated. So whether the final player left standing is going to be able to opt for a reboot or a dual reboot card opportunity, that's just not the easiest circumstance, because again, you are suffering if you're having to play for reboot at this point in the game. Sure, you might successfully get it off, but at the same time, you are compromising so much time in terms of what you could be farming if you were just a full trio as far as resources, materials are concerned, and also just trying to secure that surge, because we have seen a handful of teams really struggling They're getting their surge strategies online. Mari, maybe a little taste of her own medicine, but it's not going to deter her in the slightest. She's still going to go for that charge. John knocked practically instantaneously, but Mari can't go for the body just yet. She can't go for the full finish. She has to make sure that she expends this last little bit of Flowberry Fizz. Try and get her shields back as close to full as possible. And now, prime opportunity here to offer the refresh. Don't know what shield they're going to pick up. Built are nice. Big tag, though, from the DMR onto Mari. 62 hit. Gonna make sure to punish her for going for the loot off of John. But again, Smiley, more Flowberry Fizz in tow. And a Nuka-Cola even if things get desperate enough. Although I'm sure Smiley would like to hold on to that for herself. But this is just a lot of aggression coming out of this trio. They seem almost invigorated after losing that last lobby to Yanni playing the medkit so effectively.
Yeah, and in a situation where like, all right, maybe, nope, they have to be confident. They're feeling confident, definitely looking confident. And another team here, K-Bear. Chloe has 4 limbs to her name, but seems to be on the res here. And there's a team down below, and it looked like Athene and Mountie can try to reposition, maybe get away, but right underneath here, it's going to be K-Bear to heal up, and they recovered. Good recovery for them, but...
Yeah, I just saw Gazing Nicole, though, in the elimination feed, and keep in mind, Gazing Nicole, Aya Pixie, Rylan, they were our 11th place team. So, for Gazing Nicole to have gone down here in the mid-game, could be some serious problems for her team later on as far as maintaining that 11th place position. You want to stay inside that top 11 ideally, of course, but checking back in with Team Mari, Sophia, and Smiley one more time, holding on to Rift Island, going for the capture point. No one else even nearby. The only other players that are looking to consider anything to do with Rift Island, they're mostly just, again, hunkering down on the bottom of this Rift Island, just waiting for the prime opportunity, setting up box spaces next to rifts. And that's why you see Smiley doesn't want to let this go for free. She's going to look to try and challenge. Lavish Lily never saw it coming. All Smiley needs is 1 or 2 more tags. Lavish Lily, she has been knocked. Sophia able to pick up where Smiley left off. Smiley still breaking through these walls here off the Nitro Splash, and yeah, Lavish Lily, she just never had a chance. It's hard to react to a player just dropping in out of nowhere. I mean, from that high up on Rift Island, it is so difficult to even expect that a player would go for such a crazy play like that.
Yeah, and I mean, it at first too, it seemed like they were having a little bit of trouble even getting up there. Like Dea's squad was tagging them up a little bit from a distance, but able to rift up, and at least just being able to make an aggressive play on down. That Nitro Splash just really just adds such a great element in mobility and movement, and my God, utilizing all these plays, even on rotations too, super important. But beautiful plays there. Coming on in though, we're gonna see K-More's again. Squad that doing fairly decent right now in the 3rd place spot, 182 points, and again 681 above damage threshold is really good. But you're gonna see all these teams start to rotate it on the south side of zone. It's gonna get crazy here as we enter the next zone here, 6. And I can't believe here, Taco, we're already on map number 4. But the question is, will we have a repeat winner? That in which of Sophie, Millie, and Yanni.
Well, the good news for a lot of these ladies is that as far as mobility is concerned, with this zone pulling towards that northwest side of the map, the Underworld, River of Styx, those Underworld dashes are going to be available for everybody to take advantage of. Another big connection from Smiley, and she just keeps it going. This is massive. It's going to be Yanni and Sophie, and our 1st place team just annihilated by Smiley. She is on a rampage. only needs the last piece of the puzzle here. If she can find Millie, who's doing everything she can to try and scramble for the escape, but with that takedown, and our first place trio successfully eliminated single-handedly by Smiley, this is a prime opportunity now for Mari, Sophia, and Smiley to not only win this lobby, but if they can keep garnering even more eliminations, they might be able to overthrow first place.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I'm like, no, I just asked the question, where are they? And then this is just Smiley action right now. So first, second place team potentially taking that first place. And keep in mind for this qualifier, $25,000 in total. So $7,500 potentially to take the cake for Smiley, Sophia, and Mari. But we'll see here as they're actually trouble in paradise. Smiley gets knocked down to 35, but still repositions. Has enough resources, plenty of resources to work with, but heal-wise, only Flowberry, but teammates probably have some stuff. There it is, the big pot dropped, and well, and still in a good spot. Smiley on a rampage right now, 9 eliminations, severely, way above the damage threshold. Nothing to worry about there, but Taco, this
right
is
now.
insane.
Yeah, but the issue again for Smiley, she nearly met her demise just being so elimination hungry. Delivered right in front of her, Karina, seemingly on the escape from elsewhere, and Smiley, she's just not even hesitating. The moment that she's got someone in her sights, she's looking to charge them down. And now it's going to be one more time. The Nitro bash through the wall, at the nowhere left to scramble to. But Smiley, one more time, dropped incredibly low. As I was just mentioning, you get into the state of elimination frenzy. Sometimes you forget, hey, just because you're challenging 1, 2, 3 players at a time doesn't mean the other 4, 5, or 6 from elsewhere couldn't be looking at you. And if Smiley's not careful, she could find herself getting third or fourth partied. But at least for right now, she seems like she has ample backup from the rest of her trio. Mari and Sophia doing an excellent job, I think, at just feeding her resources, making sure that their leading fragger can stay healthy and able to keep up the challenges.
Yeah, and that kind of seems like that strategy, right? Like, send one player out, heal him up, come back. Like, have a dedicated Nitro player to play aggressive, to be that entry fragger. And man, Smiley just on a tear. But as you said, sometimes overly aggressive can yeah, you know, you'll falter. Play to be punished. That's the word I was looking for a second. But we're gonna see Secto rotate this huge rotation on from the north side to over to the south side. As you see, the zone is pulling away, but only being 74 above that damage threshold. Gonna have to get some shots in, but might be a good rotation utilizing the underworld dash as you see teams quickly trying to get over. But on the high ground, Smiley still on a tear, still slaying out, still having her teammates feed her resources. Might be in the best position right now potentially to pick up some more. I mean, could we maybe see a 20 elim game from Smiley? I believe that would probably set us at maybe one of the highest, right?
Well, the fact that she already has 11 eliminations, she is currently our individual elimination leader for today. A pretty impressive accomplishment, especially when you factor in just how strong some of our ladies have also been in terms of their fragging capabilities. But Smiley, she's looking to definitely set a record all her own. Only needs one more elimination to give her team a total of 20, and that would be 40 points built up just off of eliminations alone.
That would be the highest at all, right? Like both 1 and 2, I feel like, right? Like the highest of all time.
At least as far as today's lobbies are concerned, 20 eliminations or higher would definitely be the leading amount in a single lobby that's taken place here today. And Sophia, she's done it. Smiley gonna confirm the knock that Sophia had initially gotten. Maddie, Sparkles AFK. This is one of the best end games that we've seen them make it to yet. They're trying to control that secondary height. Sparkles managed to pick up an elimination onto Crocs and blocks, but she's got to be wary. When you look at the Olympiad and you see what Smiley, Mari, and Sophia have been doing throughout this game so far, Sparkles and Maddie, they're trying to set a pace of their own. They're trying to get an unestablished layer to themselves. But again, Smiley, Mari, and Sophia, they're just playing the high ground so effectively, and they don't have to worry about Sophie Ann's trio looking to take it from them. Smiley, in fact, continuing to drop. She gets her knock onto Weezer Wonka, and she's ready to just immediately pounce onto the bodies, get the loot that she needs, those refreshes that keep her going strong. Chop potentially coming out now from Chloe and Scare. They've got to be wary. They're watching their backside. They're trying to keep tabs on everything surrounding them. They're on that secondary height currently, but they're going to opt to just stay towards front side of zone from secondary height instead.
Yeah, and I believe Smiley had 2 more eliminations there. Sophia as well picked up 1. So fighting from the high ground, it is Sophia, it is Mari. Smiley from down below. So in this split situation where, all right, we are being aggressive, we are getting everything we can, but picking up heals is going to be the name of the game. As you see the zone closing on in, she might pick up a couple, but we might have another situation here, Taco, where maybe Sophia, Mari play the top side, maybe someone stay alive with those heals. But look at all of these eliminations they have for the picking. Mari takes down another one.
22, excuse me, I can't count. 25 eliminations from this trio collectively. This is an absolute clinic. Smiley is just sending players flying. She doesn't even care where she runs through. She's expecting to see players on the other side of these walls. She's hoping to find someone every time she charges through with these nitro bashes off the nitro splash. Finally gonna find herself under the 50 threshold on her shield. She's only got 10 shield to work with, but I don't even think she cares, not even remotely. She's still keeping the aggression going strong, trying to connect with this mythic combat shotgun. Hasn't been able to find her 14th one yet, and finally, her reign of terror comes to an end. It's all down to Sophia and Mari from the high ground to close this one out and find their first victory royale of the day here in Lobby 4.
Yeah, and there has to be some great communication coming in there, because obviously with Smiley, it was that aggressive. There's some calls, there's some plays that, okay, maybe my teammates, she trusts them to clutch it up here. Was able to do it last time, see if they can do it again. Well, at least Sophie and them were able to, but the clutch situations at least last time when Smiley made that play. But you see the aggressive plays coming in from Sophia. That nitro splash has been popped. Structures are being destroyed. Still holding the high ground though too. You do see Mari, and well, from down below, Trouble in Paradise, Aya does get Store Surge, and well, this is looking like a win for them, Taco. But Sophia goes down.
I don't know how confirmed this win is actually going to be. It could come down to the wire here. Mari did manage to find a little bit of a refresh, but sure enough, the high ground wins it out. The celebratory dance after the fact, a well-earned emote status as well. But man, that was an absolutely insane display coming out of Smiley, and this is really all stemming back to the start of this game for me, Dream, because we've been so conditioned to seeing Sophie Ann's trio being the ones controlling that brutal beachhead, but I think that might have been a switch up in strategy from Sophia, Smiley, and Mari. They've been landing consistently at the underworld, but the fact that they were stemming out of brutal beachhead so early on leads me to believe that they actually challenged at the start Team Sophie Ann, and that's the reason why we saw Smiley in control of Megalodon's mythic combat shotgun, as well as that Megalodon medallion, which gave her that infusion of infinite nitro.
Yeah, and that, like, we had talked about that even at the top of show, right? Like, what will some of these teams do to strategize, maybe switch up some strategies to contend each other? Because again, with that lead, even that motivation from that last map from Smiley, just getting outplayed by Yanni, there has to have been some momentum leading into this match, because that was like a whole different beast from what we just saw to them, Taco. Absolutely insane stuff. I can't wait to see the standings, because another squad that we called out too was Maddie's squad that was sitting in 21st. They were finally a little bit inching up into that late game, picked up more eliminations. So just curious to see after this how the standings have changed, because that was nuts.
Yeah, that was definitely a big game for Maddie, Sparkles, and AFK. I mean, it's the highest placement that we've seen them acquire so far today. Hey, better late than never, after all, right? But as far as Sophia, Smiley, and Mari are concerned, they've got to be elated right now at the fact that they finally found their victory royale. They chose to take matters into their own hands. But we've got all the more to discuss, and then lobby number 5 underway shortly. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and head to a short break.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the Milk Cup featuring Fortnite, presented by the amazing people from Gonna Need Milk. I am Kelly Link, joined by the best Taco and Dream Crazy, and we are now 2/3 of the way done with our second qualifier, where at the very end we will be crowning 11 teams that will be moving straight to the LAN later on this year. But we have to talk about game number 4 because, listen, in Fortnite, typically when you have a drop spot, you rarely ever move to it. And rarely do you ever change your drop spot to the team that is decimating everyone and won the first 3 victory royales. But Taco, that was not the case for Smiley, Mari, and Sophie.
No, they really wanted to control their own destiny here in this 4th lobby. That 3rd game, if anything, it kind of just locked in the sentiment that if they wanted to secure a victory royale, it was going to start with taking over things happening at Brutal Beachhead. Because, again, maybe I could be wrong in this circumstance, but given how early on we saw Smiley in control of the Mythic Combat Shotgun and that Megalodon Medallion, you just have to assume that they either immediately pushed as soon as they touched foot onto their initial dropping point at POI of the Underworld and then challenged Sophia, Millie, and Yanni at Brutal Beachhead, or they just dropped there outright. And I'm leaning a lot more towards the latter.
Yeah, and I think at one point, because you remember that like kerfuffle that we saw, I believe it was like a little bit south of Grimgate. I just wonder if like Team Sophie, like they got a little bit aggressive, if they changed something. It was just strange because we did see, there was just like a lot of action going on. And I believe it was Smiley that had taken down, what was it, Amber? I think it was Alarming Amber squad too, right? They were engaging, backing up. So a lot of these teams switching up strategies, but Smiley utilizing the Nitro and having this like position to where she can go out and then have her teammates heal her. That just synergy, that type of synergy between that squad was just amazing to see. And I mean, we talked about that, you guys, like what type of strategies would they change up? And that was just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it just a few before, obviously, the Invitational being the big event that comes to mind when people are willing to drop on first place, because I understand changing POIs, but if you want to go for first, not necessarily do you want to do better, but if you want to take away first place, well, then you need to gun for first place, especially when it was someone like Mari's team, or sorry, Sophie Ann's team, who had 3 back-to-back victory royales. So I really just have to give a bunch of kudos to Smiley, Mari, and Sophie for making that. But my goodness, from 7th zone, they had 15 eliminations. Taco, where did we end off on eliminations for that game for that trio?
Last I checked in, they had just touched down onto 25 eliminations collectively. The fact that Smiley held 13 of those as an individual, easily setting the individual eliminations record here today. And whether or not she's going to be able to break that into the next one is going to be, I think, the next goal that she essentially challenged herself with. Because one thing about Smiley, she loves trying to overcome those kinds of records that she manages to set in these sorts of circumstances. So I'm definitely expecting her to try and play things just as aggressively. But at the same time, if they did get the jump initially onto Sophia, Millie, and Yanni at Brutal Beachhead, well, now it's all red alert. You can't really anticipate that Sophia, Millie, and Yanni are going to be all that easy to essentially get that shock factor in from an early contention.
Yeah, I love what these players are doing to be able to win this coveted spot into the LAN, and they're not the only ones winning. You guys can win something as well if you join the Gonna Need Milk Discord. Well, we're gonna have this amazing game that we got going on. It is called Zany Ziplines. They have their own custom map in Fortnite, like we all do, but tomorrow specifically, if you guys join the Discord, join the Zany Ziplines game night, well, we're gonna have a PS5 up for grabs. So guys, please make sure you join the Discord right there. You can scan that, join the Discord, and tomorrow we're gonna be having a fun little competition. So not just the competitors here today, but you as well can win something. But speaking of winning, I want to see who's gonna win game number 5. So ladies, take it away.
Thanks so much, Kelly. Yeah, I love that. Another cool thing, too, about the Gonna Need Milk Discord, aside from the Zany Ziplines map feature and that custom little event playing for the PS5, but you can also just join the Discord to stay up to date with all things involving the Milk Cup qualifiers as well, and the pre-qualifiers, and they tend to do giveaways as well, and just a lot of community involvement. So definitely make sure that you scan and join up with that Discord. A lot of great things, I think, to come, especially from the folks over at Gonna Need Milk. But honing back in on what's at stake here currently, lobby number 5, the penultimate game of today's Milk Cup qualifier round 2. And this is where I think the gloves are coming off between Team Sofiane and Team Mari, Dream, because these ladies have been going back and forth as far as the leaderboard is concerned. And it's insane to think that because of all the eliminations that Sophia, Smiley, and Mari accrued over the course of these 4 lobbies so far, even with them having only just found their first victory royale, they still have a very convincing lead currently in that first place position with 338 points in comparison to Sofiane's team with only 294. So definitely a lot of ground to make up here if you're Team Sofiane.
Yeah, that is a lot indeed, but as we had talked about, like, one crazy map that was insane from them. But another team I wanted to give a shout again that we had mentioned, Maddie's squad, moving up from that 21st spot all the way up to 14th from that late game. So just 94 points, going from what it was like 21 to 94, picking up a couple more eliminations too as well. Good spot for them. They're gonna need something to at least qualify and get in that top 11 spot. But for Smiley, that was an insane game. We already know that they're probably going to qualify, Taco, but for them, they want bragging rights. They want that first place spot, because as a reminder to you all, this qualifier is $25,000 for all 3, $75,000, and another $75,000 for land. So in total for all of this, for the ladies, a lot of money, life-changing money, Taco, on the line.
Yeah, and first place being $7,500. That is something that Smiley, Sophia, and Mari definitely want to have full control over. But it's just as I initially had the hunch for, Dream. Smiley, Sophia, and Mari have switched up their drop spot to immediately contest Team Sofiane here at Brutal Beachhead. And I don't think that this is a fight that Sophia, Millie, and Yanni can afford to back down from, because if they want to control Megalodon's medallion, get that infinite nitro back in their grasp, well, they're gonna have to deal with the likes of Smiley and Sophia, as well as Mari, who are just doing a rather effective job. They're gonna be the first ones to break through, though. Seems like they found Megalodon first. This could be a really tough position now for Sophia, Millie, and Yanni to work their way out of. But again, that is the nature of battle, and I think that all's fair inside of these kinds of competition.
Yeah, that is really big brain, but that just shows the level of confidence that they have too, and it might even maybe put some type of like mental game onto Team Sophie, right? Like, oh my gosh, we're getting challenged. Like, I don't know. Sometimes that's like a true ultimate test on what you can do against some of these top teams, because man, aggressive plays from Smiley, got to be able to take them down. But still, as we're hopping on over here with Nutty and Nur and Blazy, well, we saw them last time around kind of north by Rebel's Roost in quite of a predicament, but here by Reckless Railways, it seems like they're gonna be in a confuffle, try to figure out how to get positioned. Whoa, maybe not turn your back, but kind of confused a little bit on the passive play here, as kind of got a lot of resources to work with, but playing aggressive, you kind of have to do that, as Els overpowering her opponents and wiping out the squad, so taking it over. That was an interesting play there, Taco. I'm not sure where maybe the passive play is, maybe like type of a repositioning, but I felt like they had a good position at least to play a little bit more aggressive. I don't know.
Nah, there's never really much hope, I think, in that circumstance for Blazy, Nerface, and Nudie. Unfortunately for them, they're repositioning their initial drop. We saw them at Rebel's Roost. They got toasted in a 2 versus 3 up against the likes of Monty and Rose. That obviously convinced them, hey, we need to hedge our bets elsewhere. So we see them now shifting their POI drop over to Reckless Railways. But again, when you're forfeiting the drop spot that you have practiced, that you actually know thoroughly, and then looking to contest a different team, especially one like Haley, Els, and Arising. Els is definitely a very respectable fragger in her own right. And when you challenge a drop you're not as familiar with, hard to turn that in your favor. Rylan, though, she's got to confirm One knock successfully onto Lisby Tweakin, but job's not finished. She's got to take down Dojo as well. Trying to be wary, but doesn't want to give her opponent too much time to try and regenerate shields. One connection from the combat shotgun, still not as much damage as she would have liked. Only 21 so far. Tried to go for the small shield potion. It's gonna cost her steeply. Scrambling through her box, but Rylan, she just can't close it out. Dolo with a convincing victory in that final 1 versus 1. And the worst part of it all, at least for Aya Pixie's team, is that they didn't get to confirm those elimination points either before they went down. Just 2 knocks that Dolo's going to be able to revive her teammates for. A massive clutch, though. That's got to be a big momentum and confidence swing.
And speaking of momentum, I just saw off screen that I think Sophia just knocked 2. Both Sophie and Millie, I believe, maybe traded. So kind of interesting to see if they were just taken down again by Brutal Beachhead. But oh man, that engagement there, that was intense. But confidence, if you're gonna switch your spots, you gotta be confident in your play. But over here, as we hop on board with my wild card team, Savvy T, see how they're doing here, is finally, well, able to take down Dodo.
Oh, wow.
And that was an elimination that we needed, but
that is a tough break for Dolo. The third party, just, even though she got the revives, they didn't actually get a real opportunity to replenish their health and shields. So a good cleanup crew coming out of Team Loser Beam. See whether or not that's gonna fare more in their favor later on. Yanni, Millie, they can't stand up against Smiley. It's all down to Yanni now to try and convert this into another win, but Smiley is just running her down. Whether she has that Nitro infusion currently is left to be determined, but the focus right now for Yanni is just trying to escape. No builds left though, and that's going to be an easy wipe there again for Smiley. They only lost Sophia in the process, and they'll definitely be looking for a reboot ban opportunity. But things are definitely starting to look a little bit more problematic here. Sophia, Millie, and Yanni getting eliminated this early on. They're just not going to be getting the points that they need if they want to try and continue contesting for that first place position. Keep in mind, they were knocked to second by Team Sophia after that last lobby. And with their #1 competitors out of the lobby yet again, Dream, almost wonder if Smiley, Mari, and Sophia are going to be looking for a back-to-back victory royale here.
yeah, I mean, it's plausible, but also too, I'm thinking like with them being knocked out so early, that could even leave an opportunity for K-Moors if she, you know, her and her squad are up for Skurs and Lexa, like they're at 198. So it's like, whoa, disruption severely from Smiley, Mari, and Sophia just to change their location, going from Grim Great, going from Brutal Beachhead, but that medallion, the Nitro Infinite, just being able, like as you saw Smiley controlling the map, the last map, #4. This, as Peach said, like literally is the name of the game right now. Nitro and the mobility and just being able to do so much on the map and just being able to recover so quickly too. It's just such a key factor in these lobbies.
Yeah, and I'm kind of just rolling it over in my head now, trying to figure out where exactly the adjustments need to be made. Is it a circumstance of Team Sofiane just being outright outdropped, and that could possibly be part of the reason why they are so compromised at Brutal Beachhead, why they're forfeiting the more favorable section, the part where Megalodon is actually going to be located? Because again, we saw Smiley very early on. She was just breaking through the building, breaking through the floors, and just able to eliminate Megalodon so early on, get full advantages with that Mythic Combat Shotgun and that Nitro Medallion. So, if anything, Team Sofiane, they've got to look to turn it around in lobby #6. Because yeah, even second place could potentially be up for grabs if K-Moors, Layla, and Scars are able to find themselves with a really strong 5th game lobby placement. I'm talking maybe 3rd or better. along with a decent amount of eliminations, they could definitely look to close that like 96-point gap, I believe, that they're looking towards. 199, 296. Again, NA Education, I'm so sorry, everybody. We are working our best out here. 97. It's, you know, it's a thought that counts.
Okay. Yeah, it's a thought. We try. But no, it's such a good shout. Like, in that deficit too, I'm just looking at some of these squads that, like, right on the bubble. Rylan, Gazing Nicole, and Aya Pixie even being in 15th, right? 91 points, see if they can catch up. But also, too, just looking from the pre-qualifiers to now, DJ Lovely squad, they've really impressed me because they've been sitting at 4th, 5th, 6th, like, this whole entire time. And I believe in the quals and lobby number, actually, no, I think they did actually have one victory royale in lobby number 2, but still... 21 elims, 202 in pre-call score. They're still holding their own and doing a good job. So for some of these teams that you just don't expect to see on that bubble, I mean, even it's Bree, Lil Chicken, Lizzo, right? They're in 20th right now. That was your wildcard team, Paco. It's just, this is definitely a tighter, at least stat line. I mean, coming from 1st and 2nd, let's just scratch that. The bubbles is just much closer this time around, at least compared to qualifier number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of focusing a little bit more towards that top 11, maybe even looking more towards that top 16 of this current round 2 qualifier in the Gonna Need Milk Cup. And I think what has definitely impressed me so far is a lot of the consistency that's been taking place between the ladies that are in that 6th through 9th place position. I think 10th and 11th has kind of just been going a little bit back and forth. You're looking more like a musical chair situation with 10th and 11th place, in where I feel as though realistically any of the ladies that are currently top 20, because even all the way up to top 20, I guess it's a little bit more of a steep drop off where it's 47 points versus top 11 being at 110. But even then, that's a victory royale and a couple of eliminations. And granted, even though I know we are in lobby 5, and so there's only 2 opportunities left over, and when you've got a team like Sophia, Mari, and Smiley just running down the entire lobby, I mean, they're practically creating their own dead side rotations just with the way that they are eliminating everybody. And I know that they've been doing anything but playing the passive route. It is just some food for thought that I think some of these other ladies could potentially leapfrog their way into the more ideal positions on that leaderboard.
Yeah, that's exactly, and that's why, like, kind of just, that's like a couple of the teams that I was looking at that could maybe do that. And so I was pointing out maybe your wild cards and maybe Little Chicken might got it, but just that one potential chance. Still have 2 potential chances. This is map number 5, but yeah, with at least we know Sophie, Yanni, Millie, I believe they did we have one survivor on that one? Or actually, are they completely wiped? Because even so, if that's just one powerhouse team that is gone, at least, you know, you only have Smiley to worry about, Mari and Sophia. But Sailor Nat, Dupe, and Cat Attacks, I'm just hanging out over here by the Nitro Dome. There's a squad rotating in. I believe that's Weezer Wonka. Cat Attack's looking to see maybe what to do, but again, one of those squads that I believe are sitting at 11th spot. So another bubble team that's a little close, 113 points, but from a rising, only 3-point difference. So again, a team that just needs to hold, but don't really need to play too aggressive. Play for placements at this point. And that's exactly what Cat Attacks, Taylor Nat, and Dupe are going to do. We're going to continue on to rotate in. But I would worry at this point. Start to think about the Storm Surge.
Yeah, potentially, but they might have an opportunity if they still feel like they need some surge damage. There is another team just slightly further south from where they were rotating. Check back in with them momentarily. Keep in mind, they were Peach's pick as a team she expected to be doing well. K-Bear, though, making sure that Food Babe is in the dirt. First knock to go the way of Chloe, Scare, and Kay. They're trying to still confirm 2 more eliminations if they can. That's going to be a second on to Ms. Mary. Last player. Left scrambling currently, but 5 eliminations so far here for Chloe, Kay, and Scare. This could be a really big moment for them, but the big opponent that they're going to have to deal with right now is making their way into edge of this next zone. So many teams already situated in a slightly more ideal positioning. They could potentially get held and have to burn through a lot more of their materials than what they would like.
Yeah, that's going to be scary. Burning through all those resources. You need as many as you can have for the late game scenario, but utilizing the nitro splashes and Chloe just bursting through this structure right here, playing aggressive onto a step, and does get the knock. And there it is. The help too, also from K-Bear. So for Chloe, Scare, and K-Bear, this is looking pretty good. And I know we know the positions. I think even at one point, what was that at map number? I think it was at 3, a little bit low on the lower part of the leaderboards, but still in the 5th place spot here. Chloe, Scare, and Kay doing a fantastic job at maintaining, and gonna possibly here rotate into a couple of teams, maybe continuing on a terror. As you see, there's 3 teams setting up. I believe that's Alarming Amber Squad and 2 others. So on the other side over here, yay Nikki. I don't also too, this squad, I haven't seen too much from them, but currently right now this is just one of those teams that need to severely have a pop-off game. Sitting in the, I believe, the 29th spot, so on the lower half. Could maybe play a little bit of disruption in the standings here, but again, it's gonna be hard to do so. We have aggressive players like Smiley, like a Rising, playing so confident in their game.
Some big battles definitely brewing on the horizon, though. Karina, my wildcard team.
There it is. I was still in the
Lizzie
prequels.
Grill. It's all good. Unfortunately, yeah, Little Chicken didn't make her way into Qualifier 2 here, but there's always a third chance is the charm. Sometimes, you know, you get a little bit more experience built up from those pre-quals, but focusing on the ladies that are competing here today, Karina, Aliha, and Lizzie, they've definitely got some ground to make up for. They are currently in that 24th position, sitting at 25 points when they started this 5th lobby. A lot of ground to make up for if they want to work their way into that top 16 at minimum. Because keep in mind, even if you are not in that top 11, you are still with the potential to qualify automatically into that 3rd Milk Cup qualifier, as long as you are in that next 5 selection of the 12th through 16th place. So that could be the optimal positioning that a lot of these ladies are searching for if they haven't been able to find the success that they were after with that initial top 11. But for teams that are just outside the cusp here, you know, we talked about Karina, but hovered for a moment there over Blurina, Alarming Amber, and Rin. And keep in mind, they were also in that 17th position with 80 points. So they have even a realistic opportunity to try and crack their way into that top 11, even if these ladies aren't able to find that consistency in these late game placements.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Maddie Sparkles and AFK too as well. Even their qualifier number 1 placed 13th. So like as you'd mentioned, teams do auto qualify placing 12th to 16th, but to qualify for at least for Maddie Sparkles and AFK to place 13th and potentially place 14th here, we know how much this means to them to qualify, as they have been trying. And you know, for some of these squads that you can see they've made changes, they look so much better, but for some, still got to figure out what we need to do to get more of an edge. But still, the come up from Maddie Sparkles and AFK, the last map, played much better, jumping up from 21st to 14th. So But here, I would say, like, Taco, yeah, they could just wait it out, maybe just play for the late game, pick up those eliminations, but you do see that's one team you do not want to challenge. That's Mari, that's Sophia, that's Smiley. I would not challenge them right now, as we know that map number 4, crazy 62-point win is nuts.
Yeah, but it's really not about whether or not you want to challenge Sophia, Mari, and Smiley. It's more so about whether or not they figure out your location, because the moment that they figure out that there is a team, a duo, or even a solo located anywhere, they just try to collapse. And they are extremely successful as far as keeping their time to elimination very short. It's been a big part of the reason why it's been so difficult for some of these other teams to try and punish them on their aggressive behavior, because you're just eliminated before you even have a chance to react. Smiley has just been single-handedly dropping players left, right, and center. Maddie trying to see if she can get a piece out of our dupe. She'll crack successfully, brought down to just under that half HP of her whites, but it's not going to be enough just yet. She's going to have to close off that window edit also, as Sparkles continues to try and hold the ramp position here. But expending metal this early on, that's a tough break. Mari, Sophia, and Smiley, they're just waiting for a prime opportunity. I'm expecting them to go on the hunt one more time as soon as Sophia's got her shield back to full. Mystic all the while applying a good amount of pressure. She gets a successful knock even, but I don't think she'll have an opportunity to actually go for the body loop. So that's a bit of a tough break. Still got her eyes set on this team, just towards the edge of zone. She doesn't want to allow them any opportunities to try and encroach upon her current position with Inspire and Delphi. Again, you've got to get a move on. You don't want to find yourself getting strongholded and forced to get stuck inside of the congestion. It's incredible. They've managed to run right through the center of zone without getting spotted out. And the fact that they weren't tagged up the whole way through, that's going to be a nice saving grace as far as their resources are concerned.
Absolutely insane. And off screen too, as we were watching that Maddie and Arduke fight, that was the 12th and the 13th place team, by the way. And I believe Arduke, Nat, and Toxicat, they did take out Maddie, Sparkles, and AFK. So that is, it's devastating for them, if you will. But you can see how tight knit it is, how close it is. But to have that perfect rotation from Mystic, very important. As you're gonna see though, the zone is going to pull south, so these teams are gonna have to figure out how to rotate. For Mari though, you do see from above still getting in pop shots, and I believe they did pick up a couple eliminations, so just trying to figure out where to go. Heals being utilized from Lily. Meow as well, just trying to, at this point, it's like, it's almost as if, hey, we just gotta wait it out. The damage threshold you gotta be thinking about too, as well as backing Amber. They are 231 below right now.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Spotted out a player for a moment there. Looked as though Amber was gonna go for the fight, but thinks better of it. Instead, Ops is just trying to build her way up to that secondary height, trying to get onto a layer all her own. But when you're 256 below, she's only got 6 small shield potions to utilize, unless Rin is carrying a little bit more shield resources. Either way, it's only a matter of time before they're gonna have to try and make a little bit of a desperate play here. That damage threshold just growing even further out of their grasp. At this point, they're essentially gonna need at least an elimination and a knock. They want to be able to prevent themselves from getting dropped by that Surge in general. But the Storm Surge, relentless as ever, adapting Amber. She's not even gonna get a chance. Gets taken out, can't actually navigate her way through all these pre-existing builds. Even with that Nitro Splash effect, gets caught inside of the zone. And that Storm just doing too much tick damage at this stage. Smiley now up above the rest, sitting tall with her team. No surprise to see the eliminations racking up. Smiley even dropping to the low ground, just trying to cause as much chaos as possible. One knock. That's going to be another conversion, yet another elimination stacked up. Mari, again, providing so much coverage fire as well. Smiley ran down, grabbed some white heals, is going to drop them off to her teammate, so that if this does come to a heal-off circumstance, she knows Mari, Sophia, they're going to have the upper hand.
Yeah, and it's just like 1 knock, 2 knock, 3 knock, 4. Mari has been up there for such a long time, just picking up eliminations, and that was a nice turn and burn there from Layla. Being able to take down 2, but her teammates are falling, so she's gonna have to get out of the storm. Just closing on in, so losing 2 in the process, almost losing yourself. You still again see her running into Lavish Lily and Smiley from above. 14 health and no heals. Does have 6 nitro splashes to work with, but still. Maybe it might be a scenario, has to regroup, reposition, get back to her teammates to get some heals, but Smiley's still dancing around with 14 health. I don't know how she's still alive. Sophia up top though, able to provide some cover, and Smiley does fall. She does have 8 eliminations. Kiana Fit on the other side in the zone, just healing up, but this is her last med kit here, Taco.
Sure enough, she's got to make sure that she can try, but the zone is way too far. 0 opportunity to try and break her way back into the safety zone, but Mari, Smiley, and Sophia, they have done it yet again. Smiley could have cared less what her HP threshold was at. All she was trying to do is play Disruptor on the low ground. She was just sending shots every which direction. It did not matter what kind of health differential there was between herself and anyone else. As long as she got at least 1 or 2 tags in, she seemed ultimately satisfied because she had full trust in Mari and Sophia to just take care of the rest. And they did close out business, because that's 2 victory royales on the day now and only 1 lobby left to go. It really seems like they're trying to cement their position in that first place spot on the leaderboard.
Yeah, well, most definitely, because after that and how quickly Sophie and Millie went down, I think that's gonna put them close to like over the 440 point margin, something like that. I'm not sure, but these bubble teams are gonna be duking it out now. As we know, I think they're gonna make it, Taco.
Yeah, but only time will tell how things are exactly going to break down. We'll get a chance to touch on those leaderboards, but for right now, make sure you grab your final glass of milk, because we've got it all on the line here for lobby number 6, soon to come after this short break.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the Milk Cup. It is the second qualifier and we are about to hop into the final game before we crown 11 more winners that will move on to the land. But of course, we're not just looking at the 11 winners, we're looking at number 1 right now. And Taco, at the start of the day, I thought it was over already. I thought it was going to be Sophie, Millie, and Yanni taking that first place after grabbing 3 victory royales in a row. But the story, the tides, it all seems to be shifting.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. We've definitely seen some highlight moments out of a lot of the ladies competing here today. But the real point of contention seems to be circulating around Brutal Beachhead currently and the mix-up that has taken place, because ever since the conclusion of our third lobby, Team Smiley, Sophia, and Mari have just been going toe-to-toe at Brutal Beachhead with Sophie Ann, Millie, and Yanni, and they have been winning it every single time. 2 lobbies successfully taken over by this trio. And as far as our leaderboard is concerned, I mean, the proof is in the pudding, because they have just been dominating at this point.
Wow. Like, if you look at that in the standings, like, just even from the first 3 maps, y'all, I would not have think that this would have happened, but switching up the strategies and switching up POIs for Team Smiley has worked out for them. Not to mention picking up 38 extra eliminations from Smiley having that map 4 pop-off game. 62 points at the top. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. But, I mean, one of the teams, though, again, that I wanted to give a shout that had moved up in this standings was Team Scare, because the first couple of maps too as well, sitting in that like 20th spot, looking pretty good in 5th.
Yeah, being able to adjust, being able to look at what is necessarily going on in the tournament, and being able to kind of evolve your playstyle on that is so important. And that's definitely what we got to see from Scare there. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing a few more adjustments into this final game, because there's just one more game left. They want to make sure that they're in the top 11 there. And 11th place right now is at 146 points. There's not too many other teams that are that far off. So definitely still a lot of players, a lot of potential to break into that top 11. But of course, we still have Qualifier 3 coming up in just a few weeks. But more importantly, coming up, it is Game 6, the final game of Qualifier 2 for the Milk Cup, everyone. So let's head on to the final game. Take it away, ladies.
Appreciate you, Kelly. We'll get a chance to pick your brain by the end of it. I know that you get the full-on viewing experience of all the action that's been taking place here today in the second qualifier of the Gonna Need Milk Cup, and this has just been a phenomenal time so far, Dream, and I absolutely love the fact that we have just had this complete 180 in terms of what we were initially anticipating. I mean, Kelly hit the nail right on the head. We thought it was surely going to be Sophie Ann, Millie, Yanni, potentially having that legendary Moxie Regs and Dire run from the first Milk Cup qualifier where we saw them go 6 for 6. But right now, depending on how this last game plays out, Smiley, Sophia, Mari, they could look to potentially even tie things up if they get this third victory royale. It'll be a clean split between 2 teams. And of course, they are our first and second place team on the leaderboard, but it's all going to scale down to what happens at Brutal Beachhead for lobby number 6. Because also, if Sophia, Millie, and Yanni find themselves early eliminated yet again by Smiley, Sophia, and Mari, that could be the prime opportunity for Team K-Moors to actually come up massive. They've been creeping up on the leaderboard as far as point gaps are concerned. 254 versus 296 points being in second place. All they need is a strong finish, and they could actually win this out for second.
Yeah, and that's such a good shout as you kind of talk about those top teams. I wanted to just point out too, like the bubble teams on 10th, 11th, 12th, like Haley, Team Haley, Arising, and Els, as well as Delaney Sweet and Weezer Wonka, they're sitting tied at 146. So between those 2 teams, also Toxic Cat, Natnet, and Ardup, they sitting in that 8th place spot. We did see them have an engagement with Maddie and her squad too. So just to be able to win that engagement, and even just to further propel, because I mean, even the qualifiers, those were our 2 teams that qualified 12th and 13th and qualifier number 1. So the competition is fierce, at least when you take away first and second place. But for these bubble teams, I mean, this final last map is going to mean everything for the top 11 spots. Just keep in mind, top 11 do go to land, but do get as well a chunk of that $25,000 prize pool.
Yeah, but what I can't help but notice right now, Dream, is that the lobby is already seemingly thinning out. One thing that does tend to happen with a lot of the ladies' competitions that I can't help but notice is that the final match of any given tournament that they are competing in is always incredibly fast-paced. It's as if there's just a new level of aggression that gets unlocked when these ladies know that this is their last opportunity to try and shake things up big as far as the leaderboard is concerned. We're already down to our last 87 players out of this lobby. Make that 86 as the eliminations and the knocks continue to rack up here. Loser Beam thought she was going to get the jump on another player. Instead, finds her shield getting ripped away from her. Has to take a moment to pause here. Pop that shield potion. And now reassess. She knows the direction those shots came from, but what she doesn't know is whether or not she's going to be able to return fire just yet as she watches Savvy get ate alive by Scary Fan.
Yeah, that's unfortunate too. And I think for Loser Beam, Ismar, and Savvy T, they're sitting at 18th, 92 points to their name right now. And that's Mar that does fall to Lisby Tweak. And so now it's Loser Beam, just again, kind of how we saw similar to, what was that, map number 2, I believe, where Loser Beam has to get out of dodge, but also has a player that is chasing. So taking the bounce pad and getting out of there, but she's chasing.
She's gonna go all the way with this one. Liz is not gonna let Loser Beam escape. This is quite the investment, and it could actually work against Liz if she's not careful. Flaming Boost Hoop, even gonna be the last measure that Loser Beam resorts to. I thought she was going to take the Ascender for a moment, but no, she's just trying to run through the Slurp Cactuses. But again, look at that trio that Loser Beam ran directly towards. That is finally going to put a halt to Liz's pursuit. Fortunately for Loser Beam, but maybe not so luckily enough, the fact that she has now drawn the attention of, instead of one player, several, two of them seemingly willing to commit to the chase for this 2-point elimination. But again, it just seems like everywhere Loser Beam runs, there's another problem she has to deal with, because there's still another team sitting here at Mount Olympus that has moved into this POI since we saw Loser Beam initially running away from Brawler's Battleground.
Yeah, I think she ran into Rylan, Gazing Nicole, and I am Pixie. Like, now another team at Mount Olympus. And at this point, I mean, down to 12 health in a Dream. No heals really to work with other than those 2 Nitro Splashes. But for Loser Beam, that's unfortunate. Reboot cards probably out of the picture, too, as well. Oh, man. That is unfortunate. And I think for her squad, too, Crackle, they needed 54 points even to catch up. But, oh, my goodness. Trippy Mo, Renee, Nestle getting some action over here. Maybe not able to qualify here today, but can definitely play disruption to some of these other squads.
Never want to count anybody out. We like to entertain. I'll play a little bit of the devil's advocate side of things, but maybe much less so currently, is Nestle throwing up whatever build she has left. But she's down to her final strands of HP. It's only a matter of time before she finds herself getting knocked, and sure enough, this ball is exclusively in Trippy Mo's court. She tries to Nitro Bash her way through, but won't be able to make it to the Flaming Boost Hoop in time. Neither will Renee. A successful trio elimination now for Team K-Mors, and that's 6 points that they just managed to rack up. And keep in mind, they started off at 254 versus Team Sophie Ants 296 in second place. So every little bit counts, and Team K-Mors knows it.
Yeah, and I mean, even just that jump, that's an extra, I mean, for their squad, if we're counting here, right? Because it's obviously these ladies are motivated by something, right? That's an extra $1,500 just moving from third to second place for just this qualifier. So good stuff for them, at least, just continuing on the momentum. And speaking of momentum, it is Mari, Sophia, and Smiley completely changed the momentum of this lobby in that map number 4, but securing the dub here would be devastating if they went down early, but I don't even know if it would matter to the scoreline, but you never know. Smiley continuing to do what Smiley does, dancing around, splashing, and using the nitro splashes, but Sophia goes down to 36. Not worried though.
But Scare, Kay, and Chloe, they're in quite the pickle currently. They were trying to hold strong as far as the top 5 in leaderboard is concerned, but this looks like yet again another surprise contest. Smiley, Mari, and Sophia maybe feeling confident in having secured their place as first in the leaderboards after those last 2 game performances. And Smiley, big side jump tag with another to finish. Kay and Chloe just going down, one right after the other. Smiley has definitely established herself as a top contender for a women's fragger in today's competition.
Absolutely, and when you have momentum like that, it's tough to take down. But speaking of the team that had won 3 maps in a row, recovery here. Sophie able to get the res on to Yanni, but for Millie, just providing some cover fire onto Amber and her squad, I believe that is. Yes. Pleasant Piazza on the south side here got some action, but Millie popping a nitro boost, gonna decide to play aggressive onto Rin, Amber, Motorina squad. So taking and favoring the high ground positioning. Does get tagged a little bit, but still, for our second place team, these are eliminations that they definitely want to pick up, because maybe still first place on the back of their mind, but knowing devastating. As Smiley and Sophia and Mari able to take it out from them, still playing quite confident here.
The problem is it's 155 points difference between second place and first place currently.
Oh yeah,
So,
their dreams are squashed. They're just having
if
fun.
they can get 35 eliminations and a win or more, I think they might need even 40 eliminations just to call it safe. But yeah, they're gonna have to go at a much faster pace as far as racking up those elims are concerned. They've already got 2. But the biggest thing that I noticed is that Sophie N at least has control of that Megalodon Mythic Combat Shotgun. So at the very least, Brutal Beachhead did go in their favor. Rin now going to be the 3rd elimination for Team Sophie Ann. But again, they have so much work cut out for them. You gotta at least, even if the odds are not even remotely in your favor, what I love about what Team Sophie Ann is doing right now is that they're clearly not giving up. Because you never give up and you never back down.
Yeah, that is so true. You'll see some teams, man, there might be like 5-10 seconds left, and it's like, no, if you would just give it that extra push, you never know. But utilizing everything they can, those underworld dashes to rotate quickly, pick up eliminations. And you know, one of the crazy things though, I think about that Yanni had tweeted out about their qualifier is the fact that they were trolling. If that was the case here today, and then maybe they just, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's just confidence coming from them, but
this is not a meme.
This is not
slightest.
a meme. Exactly.
Now Eternity. By the way, poor Meow. Kitten does not have the claws out right now because Eternity looking to piece her up in the process. She might get a moment of relief though. As Eternity looking to reposition, doesn't expect the wraparound. Lavish Lily with the backup fire here. Now putting the pressure straight onto Donzi. She does have a little bit of height leverage for the time being, but again, 2 versus 1 scenario. You have to think that 2 is better than 1 in this circumstance, and sure enough, Donzi not even gonna go for the reboot card. She's recognized the fact there's another team that overheard all of the combat taking place. This could be disastrous, not just for Donzi, but for Lavish Lily and Meow as well.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. That was it was nutty nerf face and lazy, but yeah, I mean it was a good shot. But for Danzi, I mean, she's strapped. You have two teams basically holding you outside of zone. You're getting tagged up. I mean, at this point, maybe you might be able to rotate around, but still, there's two teams on either side. Maybe potentially could go to the far north, but depending on what she's working with, it's gonna be difficult to get out, as you see. Yeah.
Well, she did get out though for the time being, and from what we've witnessed so far today, out of Blasi, Nerfaces, and Nudie, they haven't exactly had the greatest closings to some of their engagements. The fact that they're not even opting to chase down that solo player despite standing strong with their full trio is kind of a big indicator of where they think they might currently stand in this lobby. But again, this little bit of competitive experience can go a really long way for these ladies. Sometimes it's not about finding yourself in that initial top 11 or top 16, but again, just having this opportunity that Gunnery Milk is providing with these Milk Cup qualifiers to give these ladies their first experience towards some of that competitive play and inclusive and safe space. That is a big part of the reason why I'm such a huge fan of this competition taking place here today, and I hope that it inspires them to keep holding strong, to wanting to build upon these competitive foundations and just look to improve their overall skill level with due time.
Yeah, most definitely. And that we've seen so many of these ladies here today just doing just that, reforming teams, scrimming, practicing, hosting scrims individually, all of them really just collectively coming together, getting that practice in. But I feel like even just from qualifier number 1, I know obviously it's different standings, different ladies, but for some of these, I mean, again, for Maddie, Sparkles, and AFK, back in the day, like I said, I come in and out, okay, Taco, but for these ladies right here, I always see them in the top 5 spot. Even just in scrims recently, some of those stride scrims that were going on, you always seen them in top 5 spots. So just again, to kind of be in that position to where they had potential to even be 7th, that engagement last map with Ardupe, Nat, and Toxicat, right now, definitely need a pop-off game, but they're sitting at 17th right now with 98 points. So maybe there's still a chance. There is still a chance. Yes, not maybe, but again, the 12th place cutoff is, or excuse me, 11th place cutoff is 147 right now. So just devastating for some of these ladies, but still opportunity will present itself. Qualifier number 3 in a few weeks, but for Honey Lex did lose a teammate. And down over here at the Lavish Lair, there are 3 teams duking it out. And I believe that was Els that just took down Aliyah somewhere on the other side. But for Honey Lex, getting popped from up top, losing 2 of her teammates, Taco. She's in trouble.
Look who's challenging them. It's Smiley, Sophia, and Mari. It looks as if they've completely switched up their game plan from taking over the south side of the map to now just destroying that north side. But Sophia, Mari, Smiley, they actually opt to leave. They've got Millie, Sophia, and Yanni hot on their tail, chasing after them, looking for some solid revenge here. At this point, it's about pride more than anything else. Millie instantly cranking up above where Mari is currently situated. Yanni trying to see if she can get a separate angle of approach, but it looks like just straight up overhead view. Smiley having her wall getting tagged up, potentially broken. 4 nitro splashes in Yanni's possession. Should she choose to get a little bit more up close and personal? That seems to be the case here. Mari, a little bit too exposed, but the shots not going to connect. The Enforcer assault rifle just not cutting it. So Yanni gonna look to take her measures elsewhere with the Gatekeeper shotgun now. She's got Smiley on the road. Smiley doesn't look like she has any shield currently. Her white HP has been fully exposed. Smiley getting lit up, and finally, the behemoth of this Milk Cup qualifier down and out for the count. Millie gets the confirmation of that elimination. A massive blow, though, to Team Sophia. Sophia and Mari are not gonna be left to try and recover what they can. But no, Sophia, she's actually knocked already. She has to have been taken out
Millie.
earlier on.
Yeah, Millie was the one to open up that engagement, so being able to take down 2 as well, that was huge. Big brain plays, but how awesome was it to capture the first and second place team, but how quickly and how aggressive that Yanni, Sophie, and Millie are playing this map number 6. I mean, like you said, don't give up. They are not backing down. And impressive stuff to take down Smiley. I mean, it's very rare that we saw Smiley running away this whole entire day, but man, over here, over by Grim Gate, it is K Plant 4 eliminations right now. And for her and Botley, I believe right now they are sitting at 20 of 62 points. So another pop-off game from a team that is much so needed. Team that may potentially can convert one game into getting into the top 11 spot, but 147, that is a long way to go. You gotta think, you're thinking, all right, we gotta pick up as many eliminations as possible. So I have 7 using those underworld dashes to rotate quickly. They are going to run into a Rising's team, so maybe be able to play disruption here from the back side. But still, there are teams rotating in that zone as far away. So Haley and a Rising with the higher ground favorable positions. It is Shadows that does get down, taken to 67. No heals to work with. Does have 6 nitro splashes, so all the mobility in the world, but not much heals.
It's just an odd time to try and pick your battle. I mean, both of these teams need to get into the edge of zone, and they're essentially compromising, more so Shadow Slayer, Kay, and Botley compromising themselves and the trio that they were aggressing, because when you expend time halting, slowing down another team on their rotation, it's going to slow down yours as well. So now they crack their way into the edge of zone. They've got to hope that some of these pre-established teams don't take note of their current positioning and just how shambles they really are. They're trying to see if they can break down some of these pre-existing builds, establish some of their own, and then maybe look to take advantage of any other late stragglers. But they were the late stragglers. There's nobody else coming in from behind them, and they've got to press their way up this hillside or look for a wraparound. But again, relatively low on materials, and they've already alerted other teams in the area to the fact that they were so far back, the backside of zone, that they could potentially just make themselves an easy target for some of those teams in more optimal positioning.
Yeah, that's such, oh my gosh. And those awkward rotations, especially when you're on the low side of a mountain, and it just definitely makes these teams, some of these squads, uncomfortable as you're getting set up. But have to play it safe here. For Weezer Wonka, again, you'd mentioned being in that 11th place spot, 147 points on the north side of zone here. There's so many teams, as you see, too. Another team behind them rotating in on down. But looking forward and only being 82 above the damage threshold, has to worry about getting some shots in. This seems a little bit awkward for Weezer Wonka and her squad. Millie, though, continuing to take on eliminations, as you see on the other side. And look at that. Mari?
She's still kicking.
Recovery.
I wouldn't call it a recovery just yet. But again, when placement points are able to be factored in, and Nerdface is completely oblivious to the fact that Mari is a solo rotating from behind them. That's a big break. And Mari just landed herself. Gonna be forced, though, to box up in metal. And yeah, unfortunately now she has been spotted out by some other teams. Again, in much more optimal positioning. Just breaking apart this little hut next to the lavish lair. And Mari is essentially just gonna sit tight. She is 339 damage above the current surge threshold. So it's not like she necessarily needs to be openly aggressive from the start. At this point, she is fixated exclusively on securing as many placement points as possible. And for that, to work out in her favor. She's gonna have to make sure that she just stays hidden away, hoping that nobody spots her out. You never know, she could make a deeper run than you'd anticipate.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think though, they have to be happy about this, because I mean, at least for Millie, Millie, Sophie, and Yanni, who are essentially like, that was their goal, take them out, right? They didn't want to worry about them. They want, at least in the back of their mind, to secure as many points as possible. But regardless, like, that's pretty impressive for Mari to stay alive through all that kerfuffle. And I mean, even through right here, Maddie and Sparkles losing AFK. But again, being that team that was like right on the cusp or potentially close to making it should they have some type of pop-off game. But for Maddie and Sparkles here, no eliminations to their name. So maybe higher in the placement, they got to pick up something here. And for Maddie, I mean, trying to figure out on where to go. That zone, that rotation is in hand. But Taco, what do you do here? I mean, it's difficult.
Well, if anything, it's evident that
104,
Maddie,
60.
Sparkles, AFK, the main thing to keep in mind is that despite their strong performances in some other scrims and third-party event formats, the fact that they are struggling here today to even break into that top 11, much less the top 16, kind of showcases, it's evident just how much the competition has really improved throughout the course of these women's competitive events. And I think it's awesome to just see that the gameplay just continues to naturally develop and elevate itself to new heights. But again, can't ever count them out just yet. Maddie, she's got one elimination consistently onto Lisby Tweakin, but all eyes on Kiana right now, just wriggling away. 4 HP and a dream, but she still has her other two teammates, Kay and Jade, holding strong, much more healthy than where Kay was initially at, but Kiana done a decent job to at least recover her white HP and shield potions to be spread across. So she'll also get to regenerate a little bit of shield as well. But right now, everybody's so fixated on trying not to get caught inside that low ground congestive layers. Jade seemingly figured it out. There's nobody on this mid-ground position that she's currently holding, trying to see if she can get a chop onto height. Dola sent scrambling, but Jay's not careful. There is a team just north of her position. It's going to be Gonzi. She's not interested in the low ground. She's interested in just trying to make sure that she stays towards the front side of this zone.
Yeah, and for these like 7 to 12 teams, like they have to stay alive as long as possible, because I think there's like a 30-40 point difference regardless here. Jade does take down one, that's gonna help out, but you look and see on the high ground positioning, it is a rising Haley and Els. I mean, not worried about Smiley on the map at least. Some of these teams feel probably somewhat relieved. But for Haley, Els, and a rising 5 eliminations, I mean, for this squad, collectively have 12. And Maddie just went down. So, oh man. For Haley and her squad sitting in 7th right now, looking pretty to secure that land final. And they just have to keep the confidence up, keep the positioning up, and they're looking at a good spot to potentially take the dub here. And anything can happen. A couple of people falling on the mid ground there. That was Els taking out Jade, and I believe Counterfeit falling too as well. Weezer Wonka also another one that needs to stay alive, losing both of her teammates.
She's got 3 floppers to work with. It's an okay position to be in, but how long can she really stealth this one out? The floppers will at least potentially buy her maybe 1-2 more placements. She can hear the shots being fired all around her. It's going to be Weezer Wonka from the backside of zone. She gets an elimination onto Kiana. 2nd place in her grasp, and I believe she's done it just in the nick of time. We see Weezer Wonka solidifying that 2nd place, but more importantly still, it's going to be Team Haley, Arising, and Els with their first victory royale of the day. And considering that they were in the 5th place on our leaderboards heading into this final lobby, that might have just been enough to catapult them even further. We're potentially looking at top 4 now for these ladies.
Yeah, which is amazing because the one thing I loved about this lobby is we did see some new talent up there in the top, but it was really, it felt like 8th place, 9th place, 12th place teams, just that bubble really battling it out towards the end, and Weezer Wonka being able to stay alive to get 2nd place. But how amazing it was for Haley and her squad, I mean, just to control it and take the dub there. I'm curious to see how that's going to shake up, at least from 3rd on down to 11th, because yeah, that there was a lot of points, I feel like, for those bubble teams that were much needed.
Yeah, and even still, nothing is guaranteed by any means. I'm definitely excited to see how exactly the top 11 broke down, and then again to get a check-in with our 12th through 16th teams, because they are going to be auto-qualled for that 3rd qualifier of the Gonna Need Milk Cup. But for right now, we're going to have to cut to a short break, but we'll be right back with all the action.
Hi, I'm Emperor, and I'm a streamer, content creator, and competitive Fortnite player. Me, Emily Marie, and Psycho qualified to the Milk Cup LAN by getting 5th place in the Qualifier 1 finals. The tourney actually went better than expected because I thought we were going to get 7th place. I'm the IGL, and my teammates are Emily Marie and Psycho's a really good fighter, and Emily's really good at looking for tags to make sure that we stay above Surge. I think what makes us different from other teams is that we don't land on the most broken gun in the game or the best medallion in the game. We land at Pleasant, and we're just trying to see what we can make happen. Our biggest moment from the qualifier was the game that we got 2nd place because it boosted us up the leaderboard way more. To any girls trying to qualify, I would say to play girl trio scrims because it's the most realistic practice that you can get for this kind of tournament. Me and my trio are going to practice for the LAN by playing scrims and in-game tournaments so that we can learn new strats. Personally, at the LAN, I think we're going to get 7th place. I think that's a pretty fair placement. I have played at a LAN before. I went to the 2023 DreamHack Atlanta, but I think the Milk Cup is going to be way more intimidating. I play every single tournament while I'm streaming, so it's nothing new to me, but it is kind of intimidating having a ton of eyes on you while you're trying to IGL. My favorite Fortnite LAN was easily the 2022 Globals and Raleigh. I remember watching Queasy and Vino land on Kami and Seti in the last game, and seeing everybody's reactions was really fun. The team I'm most looking forward to watching in the next qualifier is Yanni's team. It's her, Millie, and Sophie, and they're all 3 really good players. My opinion on the new season, if I'm being honest, is that it isn't the best because the fists are overpowered and ranked isn't that fun, but I am looking forward to competing in it. My biggest competition in the Milk Cup would honestly be myself because sometimes I'm not motivated to get out of bed and play scrims and practice, so I just need to make sure I stay active. I don't have a set warm-up routine, but every single day I get on the game and I play scrims, so that kind of helps me get warmed up. Gaming communities can become more welcoming by being nicer to newer members. I'm not saying we have to walk on eggshells with every single word that we say, but just being nicer in general can go a long way. One thing I wish I knew when I started playing Fortnite was that sitting in creative for 12 hours a day does not help you. You need to actually get in the game and play. My advice for girls that are trying to get into gaming would be to find a friend group of people who are also new and try to grow with them. Gaming has had a huge impact on my personal life. I spend up to 12 hours a day either gaming or creating gaming content. The biggest barrier for me playing Fortnite competitively is the time that I have to spend on other things like my job or my school. My favorite Fortnite emote is the pay it off emote. My favorite Fortnite slang that I use the most is probably full box because when you think about it, you can use it for a lot of different things. I like the Milk Cups initiative because it helps bring more girls into gaming and Fortnite in particular. Growing up, one of my favorite childhood meals was cookies and milk.
Hello and welcome back for the final time today to the Milk Cup featuring Fortnite, presented by Gonna Need Milk. Taco, Dream, you guys have brought all the action over the last 6 games, and it is a bittersweet moment to say that it is all over. But what a final match to round Qualifier 2 out, Taco. Finally a new team coming up. Haley, Arising, and Els grabbing the final victory royale.
Yeah, I couldn't be happier for Haley, Arising, and Els. You could just see how methodical they were really trying to play this final lobby out, because again, I think all eyes so far today have been just so focused on that first and second place battle as far as our leaderboard is concerned. But Haley, Arising, and Els, they did not care about what was taking place inside of that top 3. They knew that 4th place position was within their grasp, and they did everything in their power to just get that one extra placement spot, because again, you got to remember, there's still money on the line, there's still prizing to be won, and that could be a pretty substantial difference in the end.
Yeah, there's still money to be won, and I mean, these qualification spots, just fighting for the land spot, it's just awesome to see the bubble teams in the last map just really start to play super aggressive. But even Turret, Sophie, Millie, and Yanni, who again just won 3 maps in a row, but still continuing to play aggressive and have that heart to still even just try to catch up in the standings. But for all ladies, you just see the effort that went into today's game.
And a big effort came out from our first place team there, winning by over 110 points. That is going to be Team Smiley with Sophia and Mari. Congratulations, ladies. You absolutely deserved it. Grabbing 2 victory royales and 93 eliminations, as well as the courage, Taco, I'd have to say, to change their drop spot and take on the #1 team.
Yeah, maybe it could definitely be considered as courage. I think that there was definitely an element of surprise that they were trying to operate with, and I mean, I guess kudos to them, because it definitely worked out in their favor. But I'm still really impressed by what I saw coming out of Sofiane, Millie, and Yanni here today, despite the fact that they ended up in 2nd place. Ultimately, I was a really big fan of just how much they were able to really kick things off at the start, and I still think that they had a really impressive finish at the end of the day.
Yeah, they definitely did. I mean, just some of these teams, I was surprised, like, wow, you qualified, but no, making the roster changes is important as these teams form the best possible squads. And I mean, just jumping from, even for like Sophie, right, playing with K-Moors and Chloe's previously, having like 18.8 points per match, and then just severely changing that deficit with their new squad. Amazing stuff. But for Mari, Smiley, and Sophia, Smiley's aggression, right? Like having that duality to where Mari and Sophia were just playing back and let Smiley go out and just feeding her resources, like that just combination of that map #4, that was just amazing to see.
No, it's so funny because Smiley's picture is so cute. She has like the little filter with all the the butterflies, but in the game she's a beast, a monster, grabbing over like double-digit eliminations by herself. So I love to see the juxtaposition of that. You know, you can never judge a book by its cover, because as cute and sweet as she looked in that picture, you know inside she's a monster right there waiting. And for the LAN tournament, I cannot wait to see her take on the 11 teams that made it through Qualifier 1, and of course the 11 teams that are going to be joining her through Qualifier 2. Congratulations to all of our 11 teams and to all of the competitors that we've had here today. And maybe your favorite team did not make it through. Well, do not worry, because of course we still have another qualifier coming up. And Taco, if I'm not mistaken, there's a few teams here that have already auto-qualified for Qualifier #3.
Yes, the ladies that are in those 12th through 16th position on the leaderboard. Granted, obviously top 11 was within their sights, but maybe 3rd time's the charm after all. At the very least, their consolation prize of being auto-qualified for that 3rd Gonna Need Milk qualifier round, I think is still a good accomplishment to walk away from this competitive event with. And again, just some good experience that they can look, maybe VOD review, see where things might have not necessarily panned out in their favor, and look to improve upon that for next time.
Yeah, VOD review, getting some practice in, but also to congratulations again to the teams that qualified, because this is just the second one, but even so, you got a little chunk of money to walk home with too as well. So this is just the first, or excuse me, this was the second. There's still one more, but $25,000 and just carrying that on to land. Yeah, it's just a life-changing thing, this event. You got a shout out to Radiant Arena, Gonna Need Milk, and of course the Peach Cobbler. You guys, thank you so much for having me here. I would imagine, Kelly, are you kicking us out?
I am going to be kicking you out because I have a very special guest coming in, and it's none other than one of our competitors from the winning team, Sophia. Thank you for joining me, Sophia. How are you feeling grabbing first place in our qualifier too?
I'm feeling great. Honestly, my team really worked hard for it. We played every scrim trying to fix like every mistake that we did, and the mistakes that we saw during game, we definitely tried to talk through it and work it out, and yeah, we definitely fixed it and we ended up coming on top.
Do you mind if I ask, what do you think that mistake was, and then how were you able to fix it in the final 3 games?
Honestly, we just weren't really looking at height early enough, and when we got more to the late game, it was just the circle was too compacted for us to really look at height. And then the play when we didn't have med kits, we always have med kits, but that one time we just didn't have it.
And obviously, we got to talk about the drop spot change. What was the idea behind that, and how'd you guys execute it?
Okay, so honestly, we have practiced that drop spot prior and in other scrims. Honestly, we know we needed to just land on them to be able to get first. We just went for it, and we're confident in each other. We're all really confident fighters, so we went for it and it worked out. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely worked out, and it definitely seemed like you guys had a good understanding of which position you all held, because what we saw was, Smiley dropping down towards the end, going for the eliminations while both of you stayed up for healing. Is this something that you guys practice in scrims?
Yeah, so Smiley is our IGL. Smiley is also, we've been doing for a year, so me and her have that chemistry together. She's definitely an amazing player and an amazing fighter. I give it to her. She just was bodying these teams with Nitro. So yeah, she's definitely our go-getter.
It was absolutely wild, and I do have to say, congratulations to all of you, but I really want to know, what are your thoughts on being a part of something like the Milk Cup and having Gonna Need Milk put on such an incredible event for women in Fortnite?
I think it's an amazing opportunity for every woman who's playing. I know people who literally I've never seen play scrims playing it, and it's just so nice to see a bunch of women being able to have the opportunity to compete for such a big amount of money. And also just get recognition.
I completely agree. Bringing up new faces and old faces, because there's a lot of competitors here that I've been watching for years now, since the start of Women of the Arena. But I'd need to ask you, now that your team has gotten first place and that ticket for the LAN for the Milk Cup, how are you feeling about being in person with all these other incredible competitors?
I feel great. I mean, I'm happy to see some faces, some of my friends that especially my duo that I've been doing for a year. It's gonna be a fun time. So I'm excited. And I know we are too.
Awesome. Great. I'm so excited. It's going to be so fun and so amazing. And Sophie, thank you so much for joining me here. And obviously, I think you've picked up a lot of fans right now. But just in case someone's finding you out for the first time, where can people watch you?
Honestly, I'm gonna give it to Smiley. Smiley and Mari are big streamers. I personally don't stream, so I'm gonna give it to them. Mari is on Twitch and TikTok, and Smiley is also on TikTok and Twitch, so I'm gonna give it to them.
Awesome. I love it. Sophia, thank you so much. I cannot wait to watch you at the LAN, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. You too. Have a great one.
Yeah, and to all of you watching, thank you guys for being here, hanging out with us for the Milk Cup. It has been absolutely incredible. I am so privileged to be a part of this. And of course, we have a lot of big thank yous to come out right now for the Milk Cup. I do need to thank, of course, Irina and Radiant and of course, Peach Cobbler, the face of the Milk Cup, putting all of this together. It has been an incredible opportunity, not just for myself, but of course for the community as a whole, to bring light to some incredible competitors and to give them a platform to showcase their abilities. And if you guys want to showcase yourself, well, don't forget we have another qualifier in a few weeks. You guys can go to gonnaneedmilk.com/milk cup to find the registration for qualifier number 3. And also tomorrow we have a special event going on through our Discord, which you guys can join right up here. We have a custom map called Zany Ziplines, and a PlayStation 5 is up for grabs for one of our lucky competitors tomorrow. To play, join Gonna Need Milk Discord, and you guys can just, or type in !Discord into chat right now. And there's not just the Zany Ziplines competition that we have tomorrow. We got exclusive giveaways, we have game nights, and so much more. So please make sure that you check out that Discord, and make sure that you put into your calendar July 18th for the pre-qualifier for number 3, and then July 25th is going to be the final qualifier, where we round out the rest of our 33 teams that will be making it to the LAN later on this year. But for right now, everyone, that is going to be it. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Milk Cup Qualifier 2, and we can't wait to see you on the Battle Bus next time.